Good morning. Welcome to the first of two of the Finance Committee's review of the budget presentations from both the town and the school. Thanks, everybody, for being here early. And I want to say I really appreciate all the work that's gone into the current version of this budget that we have. I understand that it's a long process with a lot of analysis, and that I really want to express our appreciation for that work and kind of respect around certainly from me that the amount of institutional knowledge and effort that goes into that. I don't at all profess to know all the ins and outs of what y'all do. And so that's what I think we're trying to get is while we're looking for an aggressive goal, we're also looking to you to tell us the impacts of reaching that goal. So thank you so much for that. We did come out last week with a change, which we alluded to at the council meeting last week about the, as opposed to a 0% target. We were a little more vague at that time and heard back from leadership that it would actually be helpful to everyone if we landed on a goal and on a dollar amount and split between the schools and the town. So we've done that with shooting for a maximum tax increase to the public of 2%, which is a reduction of about 3.6 million from the presented budgets. And we're aiming to split that 60%, 40% between the schools and the town based on the proportion amount of the total budget that already exists. And that equals that we're searching for savings of 2.19 million from the schools and 1.46 million from the town. And just to, so like I said, a total of 3.65. If we had tried to stick to that 0% goal, we would have been looking for 5.5 million in savings. So it's a pretty significant change, just go from 0 to 2. But I'm kind of looking forward to the collaboration with everybody to get there. We're still, that 3.65 million reduction is not from last year's budget, is for what's been presented. So we're really reducing the increase rather than the base budget. And 3.65 million off a $97 million budget seems attainable. So we'd like to stick with that and really have that be our goal. But again, we're looking for you all to tell us how to get there. And so I think there's hard decisions coming with some real impacts, and we'll work together to get that done. I do want to stress, as I went through this, at times I would get caught saying, oh, there's some good savings right there, and it would be $10,000. And so I understand that it's hard to come up with the big numbers, but I do really want to stress that no savings is too small. If we find a lot of little ones, it'll eventually add up to something. And looking forward to getting going. I do want to review the calendar for public. We've got this meeting today. Tomorrow, we also meet from 8 to 12 here with different departments, obviously giving their presentations. The next meeting related to the council is on 4/15, Wednesday, is the public hearing as part of the town council meeting. And on 4/28 is our next committee meeting to review the feedback we get from this process. The school also has dates and times on their calendar. You can find all this on the town website. If you go to the government tab and click on budget, and then there's another box to click that's FY 2027 budget, and that has all the calendar, all the materials, as well as all the budget details that we have in front of us as well. So all right, with all that, we're ready to get started. Anybody else have any opening comments? Okay, so we need to
just a couple of words, if I could. I'll be very brief. So this obviously starts off with the detailed budget review. We hope you'll be willing and interested in learning, from our professional staff. These are the folks that are experts in their fields. We've come to appreciate that this process is as much an education process. This is your time to ask questions about all the intricacies of these various departments. And we think you'll find that each of the panels assembled are wealths of knowledge, and please use them for that. In terms of the additional direction regarding budget, it may well be that that folks are able to provide some hints along the way, but don't expect that they're going to be fully prepared to give that kind of full description of how we get there. Liam and I have already started on strategizing how we're going to do that, and we'll certainly do that in subsequent meetings. But again, there'll be some hints along the way, I suspect.
Okay, thanks. And just before we jump in, I'll try to follow the agenda. I said hello, but I'm officially calling the meeting to order and review those present. We have Councillor Anderson, myself, Councillor Shoup, and who are on the Finance Committee, and Councillor Hayes sitting in, which I appreciate her interest in trying to get as much of the details around this and putting some extra time in. So thank you. And so now we'll start with Public Works.
Very
Doug,
good.
do you want to introduce yourself and your
Yeah.
team?
So my name is Doug Howard, Director of Public Works. I have Ed Alden with me, who is my fleet manager, and I have Leona Oceana with me, who is an administrative assistant who has done a ton of work on the budget for me, and really appreciate everything she's done and what it has done for us. All right, so here we go. The Operations Division, we're responsible for maintaining all of the town's infrastructure. Oh, much better, thank you. That includes, all of our drainage work, all of our street lights, all our traffic lights, sidewalks, roads, striping, as well as helping maintain 2 beaches along with community services. And we also have 2 cemeteries that we maintain and do burials. The Vehicle Maintenance Division of Public Works, we maintain the entire fleet of Scarborough, including police, fire, and every department here. We also have contracts with 5 external municipalities to do maintenance and repairs, typically on fire equipment and public safety equipment. And the Administrative Division of Public Works includes the supervisor staff and administrative support, which is 4 full-time employees. All right, so we face challenges every day with maintaining and repairing aging infrastructure that we have throughout the town. And then with the tremendous growth as well, or the growth that is occurring in Scarborough, is adding additional assets to us, whether it's traffic signals or drainage, roads or sidewalks that we're continuing to maintain. We've been trying to prioritize, or we are prioritizing and identifying infrastructure that needs to be repaired. We're working on long-term plans for drainage, streets and sidewalks. Obviously, this past winter, we had a little bit more of a normal winter. We were out just about every week, obviously, which increases for this year's budget, increases our part-time pay overtime in our winter salt expenditures. And our vehicle replacement schedule remains effective and on track. This is just a little slide showing our staffing levels. As you can see, over the years, they've maintained, relatively flat, even with the growth in the town. I think right now I have a couple of people retiring and some on some long-term disability that we're going to be needing to replace. But I think in the future, you'll be seeing, requests for additional staff from Public Works, whether it's on operations or fleet maintenance. We've been looking as well for a part-time or full-time second person in our parts room. We have 1 parts manager that maintains all the parts, incoming, receiving, POs, all that for every piece of equipment that we service in the town. Major changes. Our salt budget is increasing. We are using a little bit more salt now. We started that at the end of this season when the temperatures came up, where instead of using a mix of salt and sand in some of our residential areas, we're using salt. Get your roads down to bare tar and is a lot safer. DOT and Maine Turnpike now don't use any sand at all. They're pushing municipalities in their snow and ice control workshops. They're pushing the municipalities to go more towards the salt, even in our residential areas. MSW recycling continues to rise. So talk to Councilor Shoup. We're voting on the Eco Main budget this Thursday, which includes some increases in our tipping fees for MSW and recycling. And our household hazardous waste disposal fees have increased. Obviously, we're heavily relying on petroleum products in our business, whether it's paving a road, running equipment, oils and lubricants for our fleet. So that is always a battle fighting for increased in petroleum products. I think fortunately we locked into a pretty decent contract for our diesel over the last diesel and regular fuel over the last couple of years, but that's running out, and we'll soon been making some more choices on that. We are required to do a fuel master upgrade. This is our software that monitors all of our fuel that's dispensed into every vehicle, so that we can do our proper billing reports and that to the various departments. That's how we track and maintain all of our billing. So that is going to be a little bit of an increase or a significant increase in our fuel island maintenance budget line this year. Traffic signals is another big one for us. With the new systems, with Rhythm coming in and some new systems, our support for these signals are about $2,000 to $2,500 per signal per year. So that's a significant increase as well that we're going to be facing as we get the entire town up to speed with Rhythm. All right, it's kind of the same thing. MSW recycling has always been a budget driver. Road repair and treatment and materials. Most of our contracts with that have fuel escalators in them. So it continues to increase cost per ton of hot top and per project that we do. We're still working hard to invest in maintaining and repairing the town's infrastructure. Really, we're working on a 5-year paving program set now, and I'm looking to, over the next couple of months, have every street on a paving schedule. Whether it could be a CIP item. Some of our streets, we have a few that will be coming forward as CIP requests in the next couple of years that need, really reconstruction with drainage and all that. Also looking at sidewalks and vehicle and pedestrian usage. And another big one for us that we're working on right now for long-term plans is our drainage study. There's a lot of old infrastructure, a lot of old corrugated metal in the ground in Scarborough that is going to be needed to be replaced over the next few years. The Scarborough Memorial Cemetery, we're starting to run out of room in the Scarborough Memorial Cemetery. We're looking to expand that. We have the room on the property to expand. So the request this year is to have some monies to do some design work. That will also include some drainage that will be involved in the cemetery project. There's some areas that are really wet. When we dig a grave, we need to pump it and almost up to the time where the funeral is taking place. And then wage increase in union bargaining agreement factors also result in an overall increase in expenses. I will say we've had some success with our training program that was approved in the contract over the last couple of years. We've got 3 or 4 employees now that can run some of our bigger equipment that we really needed. They're still a little bit green, but one is our catch basin truck that really needs to go out every day to help support our MS4 permits. And I believe we have a new permit coming up at the end of this fiscal year as well. So those are all driving factors in our budget this year. Capital improvement plan, like I said, mid-level paving. This is ongoing. We've released this year's paving schedule. I'm going to be I'd like to put the 5-year plan up on the website as soon as maybe a week or 2 to just kind of tidy that up. Sidewalk rehabilitation and paving. What I usually do with this is I work that around our paving program. So if we're going in to do a street, I can get the sidewalk done as well. In the past, we've done Tenney Lane, Colthard Farms, Pitchfork, Marshall Lane, and those were all contracted out. And then we do a lot of spot repairs in-house when needed. Upcoming for this year, we're looking at Arborview, Hasty, Bonnie Grove, which was on this fiscal year, but they didn't get to it last fall, hoping to get to it. Well, they will be getting to it this spring, and Portland's Farms Road, as they're all included in the paving program. The design phase for the Scarborough Memorial Cemetery, as I explained, we're running out of room down there, and we're looking to expand that facility. East Grand Avenue Complete Streets, this is to reconstruct the corridor from Pine Point to Old Orchard Beach Line. I think you're probably aware of this. We did the design last year and still working through some of the design as we speak, and looking to get that constructed in this fiscal year. Our crush pile at the Holmes Road landfill, that is where like a lot of the old hot top comes in, and we can crush that up and create our own reclaim. So this actually, spending the money on this is actually going to save us some money for aggregates that we can use for our own in-house projects. And then our vehicle replacement, we're following a very well-established and proven effective replacement schedule. So some of the opportunities we see for further investment, certainly transportation and mobility for infrastructure, waste management, recycling, household hazardous waste removal, the climate adaptation preparation, and certainly equipment and facilities will be some future investments. And that's what we have, and we're welcome to take questions.
Thank you. We start?
For the services that we provide for vehicle maintenance to other municipalities, when is the last time we've looked at those fees, and do those fees help to subsidize your budget by any means, or is it really just completely to cover the cost of the service to the municipalities?
So I'm going to hand this over to Eddie and Leona, but I will say we raised the fees. We had a set fee that we were raising each year. Last year, we looked at that and said, we're way behind. So to bring that back up to what our wages were and what the parts were costing, we did raise that up, and then we looked at it again this year.
So yeah, we currently, we charge, it's enough to cover the position for the technician above and beyond like his benefit, everything else. And the other advantage is it also allows us to have another technician for our on-call rotation in the winter, because people don't want to be called in every night to fix plow trucks. So it does that. Plus in our parts, we have a line where everything over $1,000, we mark it up 10% for parts. So we're making money on parts, and anything under 1,000, we mark up 15%.
Okay.
I do know we were increasing the weight. How much?
We did a significant increase last year because like Doug said, we were way behind, and we didn't want to bring it up to where it should be would have been a tremendous jump. So we kind of did a 3/4 jump, and now I think we're talking about doing the other
Correct.
to this year to bring us up to where it should be, where we'll cover all that, and we will also have it's not a huge revenue source, but there is a marginal revenue source there.
So when you guys are comparing yourselves, are you comparing yourselves to other municipalities providing the service? Or are you looking at the competitive
We did
market?
A little of both, but we have to look a lot more at like the heavy trucking industry of where like a fire truck would go to get worked on. But we don't want to charge exactly what they're charging, but yeah, we try to find a happy medium in the middle.
Yeah,
That's
some of it's
municipality.
based on our own internal wages and benefit package as well.
Great.
Yeah, the cornerstone of that is certainly that we don't want Scarborough taxpayers covering any of that cost.
No.
So there's a profit margin built into that.
That's good. When it comes to vehicle replacement schedule, like what are the key you guys are looking at to determine when a vehicle gets replaced? Is it just the time it's been in service, or are there other metrics, knowing that different vehicles probably have different metrics you want to look at to figure out like what's the optimal
So
replacement?
every vehicle in town we have a planned schedule of amount of years. But that years varies by like 2 years earlier, 2 years later, depending on the use, or if some vehicles are lemons. So we'll sometimes have a vehicle that, by its 15th year, it's costing us a fortune the last few years. We might try to bump that one up, or we don't save that one as a spare. Traditionally, like our plow trucks, we try to do 16 years out of them. That's a we're about 7 years longer than the average in the country for a plow truck, that we can make them last that long. I'm not saying after the 10-year mark, though, they skyrocket considerably at the amount of parts we have to put into them. But that's where it allows us flexibility, so I can figure out which truck's gonna be the spare, which one we're gonna save. So we'll have a truck that ends up being older than 16 years if it's a reliable one. But so I look at how much things have cost, which ones are in the shop continuously, which ones are easiest to get parts for. Like I said, so plow trucks are 16 years, light duty truck, we try to keep them around about the 10-year mark, because after 10 years, most of them are around 100,000 miles, and they've construction truck for 10 years is pretty well used up. So that's how I do that. Police cars, once again, same thing. We try to turn them out, the frontline cruisers, every 2 to 3 years, depending on usage. Then they get recycled, turned to other departments, turned to backup vehicles. And fire, rescue, it's all the same. I just have a schedule for all that. But it's mostly based off years, but I do adjust it accordingly a little bit here and there.
Yeah, we do some adjustments based on the condition of the vehicle too. If it's, we can push it off a year or two if the vehicle's in good condition.
So would you say in general, we're like pushing them to their limits as far as we can push them before we're replacing them?
Most all of them, yes. Because we do have a few vehicles that aren't even on our list.
Yeah.
Which like last year or 2 years ago, when we bought that catch basin truck, we made the first one last over 20 years.
Mhm.
So I try to keep some things we can make go longer because they're not out in the snow and salt. So they last longer. But yeah, we're on plow trucks, we are most definitely pushing.
My last question is related to the CIP items for the drainage study and the cemetery expansion study. So do you have a sense ballpark, like when those are complete, what you estimate the cost is going to be, just thinking longer term for the CIP? Like, I'm just trying to make sure we think about some of these other big expenses that might be coming, and for each of these, would it be similar to like what you're doing for the mid-level paving, where it's like you'll carry like a certain dollar amount every year for the drainage study and like have a strategic plan? Cemetery one, though, I'm also interested, like what does it typically cost to expand a cemetery?
That's a really good question. I don't know if you have any insight on that, but I don't know how much it's gonna cost. And I think that's one of the reasons we wanted to get some of the design work done, so we can come back with a firm number for you for a CIP request next year.
Mhm.
As far as the drainage study goes, we've got a ton of data that was done through Ted Berry of Vortex that we're sifting through. I know I have one on Sexton Lane. We have a sinkhole. It's off the pavement, but it's right next to a catch basin. It's a cross-country line. Just quick look at that project. It's probably 200 or 300 feet of pipe that needs to be replaced. That's going to be around $341,000 at this at today's cost. Due to it is cross-country. We're going through people's yards. There's fences in the way. There's trees in the way that are going to have to be addressed in that one. So it really varies on, the length of the project and where it is. In the middle of the road, it's a little bit cheaper. You can get it cut, go in and take care of it.
Okay. Just one more thing. You mentioned at the beginning, you have a couple of positions with people retiring. Are you fully staffed otherwise? And do you have concerns about being able to recruit? I remember a couple of years ago, we talked about the challenges of recruitment, and I'm just curious, like, have things shifted? Is it much easier to recruit and retain staff?
It hasn't been, to be honest with you. It has been, we haven't been getting a ton of applicants. We do have a couple of new employees that have started. One just started recently that actually came to us from community services. Another gentleman that started over the winter that's done a good job for us. We don't get a lot of applicants, especially with CDLs. We get some without CDLs. We do have our CDL training program in place that we can do that in-house now, which is, we've sent a couple of people through that already very successfully. We're also looking, we have a deputy director's position open right now. A deputy left, went back home to New York. So that position is open, and we're not seeing a influx of applicants for that at this time either. So I think I think we are fully staffed at this point besides the deputy director. But once some of the retirements and some of the long-term disability comes off the books, and we'll have some open positions. That's one reason I didn't request any in operations this year. I did request one parts manager that I don't believe made the manager's cut.
I know one thing Tom has mentioned in the past is trying to move away from an FTE model to more contractual for public works. I don't know if it's these positions that,
That's really born out of necessity. We, for the longest time, what Doug just described is a fairly new phenomenon in terms of being fully staffed.
Mhm.
I don't know, certainly the vast majority of years I've been manager, we've never been fully staffed for one reason or another.
Yeah.
And so the snow doesn't stop and people want the roads plowed. So we found ourselves having to contract certain plow routes just out of necessity, frankly. So
Mhm.
that wouldn't be our preference, although we've had some pretty good success. They're very reliable, they're fairly cost effective. And so that's a model that we'll continually draw from. And I think this will be a perennial issue and challenge with us in public works and other departments. I don't know what you think, Leanne.
Yeah, no, I think I just, I know that we had about 4 vacancies in operations that were stubborn vacancies that we just couldn't fill prior to the last contract. I think we did have a brief period when I think we were either had 1 vacancy or perhaps no vacancies. Again, through that, we have had some resignations, departures, and some impending retirements. So we are back down to probably 3 vacancies in operations thereabouts.
Yeah, well, yes.
Yeah, so there was a bump there for a minute. Again, we are hiring people who are not coming in with CDLs, who don't have a wealth of experience. Some of those people frankly haven't made the cut. And so we're back down to looking for other people. But we certainly never had, while we did have this perhaps brief period of almost full employment, we've never received a number of applications. It's been a small handful at best.
Mhm.
So it is a
And
challenge.
please appreciate, when it comes to operations, every single employee has a plow run. So it's not like we have extra operations crew that can fill in, if you will. So when we have a vacancy, we've got a plow run that's not filled. And that's where we find ourselves needing contract services.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think I think another good example for FTE versus contracted services is several years ago, we had 3 arborists on our operations crew, and now we have 1 who's also our electrical guy. So we've had to contract out a lot of our tree work because we don't have the number of arborists on
Mm.
staff.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. We do, as part of our training program, the arborist is in there. We do have, I believe 2 or 3 now that are apprentice arborists that can work under our arborist license. And hopefully, if they follow through the program within a year, we'll have their arborist license as well.
Mhm.
So just to kind of go back to the staffing and contracted, we hire 2 loaders from Dearborn for the winter time. They each have their specific routes. And we also have 1 on-call person, and we have 3 or 4 now part-time that come in and plow, all have plow routes. And then I have 1 part-time gentleman that comes in and does our sidewalks that we do. Community service has been a huge help for us. They do all the sidewalks up in this area. That is just taking a load off our plates because there's just no way, after my guys have been, on the clock for 36 hours, they're not going to jump in a sidewalk plow and go out. But my part-time guy tells me he's coming back next year, but that could be, decision could change by the time when snow starts flying again. So.
Great, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Talking about plowing, like if you didn't contract out, are we just waiting longer to be plowed out? People try to find ways to save money and think, well, what if we just say, you know what, you're just gonna have to wait a little longer to get plowed out? Or does it just end up costing more with your overtime and stuff?
It will certainly cost us a little more in overtime. Our typical plow routes right now, it could take 3 to 4 hours to get through 1 route. So if we're putting that on somebody else and you're increasing routes up to 5 hours, if it's snowing 1 inch an hour, it's gonna be difficult to get around.
Right. All right.
I think this, in modern times now, when I first started plowing snow, there was nobody on the road.
Right.
Now
touche.
everybody needs to get where they want to get even during a snowstorm, and a lot of your stores and a lot of your markets don't close down now, so.
John asked a lot of the questions, I don't know pretend to know how to run a business or look at spreadsheets, but when I look at our budget, like I can't read in there like how you're making your margins and things like that. And I always express concern that we're somewhat subsidizing this repair for the other municipalities. And so, when you have a parts room position that you're adding, does that mean that you're going to be bumping up all the cost of the things you're charged? Because I mean, that is a position that is supporting that. And I think with my little knowledge when it comes to running a business, I do feel like that's some of the stuff, like, it is discouraging to hear. Like, I personally just do not think, I think we should be bumping up 100%, catching up to where we should be. And again, our taxpayers are really hurting, and I'm not, no offense to our neighbors, but like, that's not our problem anymore. And so when I look at, you're adding positions, like my expectation, I guess my question is then you're going to be reevaluating across every time you add a position or things like that. Okay, now we need to reevaluate what we're charging the towns. Do you guys provide fuel for the other municipalities too? Okay, I didn't know you did that as well. I frequent the Scarborough Cemetery. There's wonderful trails behind there. And so I think I've actually expressed this concern to you before, just because I know you're going to immediately have to be cutting down trees. And then you said that on top of that, there's going to be drainage issues. That's because it's in the marsh. It's on the marsh. It's basically in it. And so I think my first question is, have you guys explored other locations for a cemetery instead of expanding next to the marsh with already, as you've described, major drainage issues?
I have not explored any other options.
Yeah. I just personally, I just wonder if there's a different road to go, being that close to the marsh, and saying that you already have drainage issues. The fact that I know it's all very wooded there. So whatever you do, you're taking down trees with a trail here, the eastern trail here, the marsh right there. So I just, I'll throw that out there that, like, I think it would be unfortunate if we couldn't maybe find another place or try to do that mindfully there. Because there are other little trails right around there that aren't probably mapped and stuff like that.
Yep.
Let me see. You had mentioned paving schedules. I was just curious, do other towns typically have like set paving schedules that they have throughout their town?
I usually, and the two other communities I've worked at, I've run their paving program. We usually do 5-year programs. So
Okay.
with, the first 3 years, pretty set in stone. The last 2 obviously can change based on if there's another project in town or, some construction's going on that you might want to hold off on the road.
Right.
Something like that. But typically I've been doing 5-year
Yeah.
programs.
Yeah, and that provides more predictable for everybody.
And you're doing, is there a 1-year program now? I've seen the like annual list. but
Right,
is
we've
there-
only posted the first year, but I think moving forward, I've got a little cleanup to do on the 5-year plan, and I wouldn't hesitate to post that just because we get questions every day, when is my street gonna be paved? So I wouldn't hesitate to post that. And like I said, at some point, I know we're gonna be looking at extremely long range planning as well. I'd like to see every road with a tentative date or a tentative year on it.
Yeah, a 20-year look, essentially every road in town ought to be somewhere on that 20-year plan.
Right.
And then my last question, I apologize because I did miss a workshop with the DOT regarding the Route 1 North coming down to 1 lane. I don't know whose responsibility it is for the sidewalks, because I think there was a brief conversation about, well, great, we're creating 1 lane, but we need sidewalks now from like Dunstan and from Haggis and things like that. Do you know who's responsible for that? Is that going to be us? Are we doing that?
If they were built, we would be responsible.
Maintenance.
Is the
Maintenance.
DOT going to be the one building them?
That would be part of their project. Were sidewalks, or was it just?
You're talking in specifically within the project scope or
Well, like-
leading up to that location?
Well, yeah, I mean, what would be the point of creating a pedestrian walkway across the marsh if we don't have sidewalks
So
leading
you're
to it?
talking about a connector beyond.
Completely
the-
connecting. Like someone's gonna have to do it. Otherwise we look kind of stupid if we're like, hey, go down to the marsh, but you can't provide a way to get there. So is that an unknown that we have right now?
It would likely be a combination. There
combination.
certainly could be local money involved. I suspect it would be by way of local match if there's state or federal money. More importantly, to your time on planning board, it's very helpful if we have a plan. We can also have private investment to say, we'd like you to either build a section of sidewalk or put money into a fund so we can do it in the future. So I think it's going to be a combination approach.
Yeah, and I think with the transportation plan coming out, they've got suggestions on connectivity with sidewalks and that. So some of those would be CIP items because they would be much more than what I'm asking for each year.
Okay, Michelle?
A couple things. Karen, I had the same question about new positions in general, like what's the ROI on new positions. And, you know, are we breaking even? Is our goal to, if we're providing other services, other towns, what does that mean? You mentioned fuel negotiations, or that the horrible gas word, fuel word that nobody wants to talk about right now. Do we go out with other towns and do a large negotiation with providers? Have we tried to partner with people? Would we get a better deal?
I'm gonna let Leona handles a lot of that.
We have explored, the short answer is no, we haven't formally done that. We did, the last time we did update our fuel contract, we did put the word out to, I don't think it was an official RFP,
No.
but I explored other options for fuel supply, and really Dennis K. Burke is the only one out there that is viably comes to all locations. So the answer to your question is no, we haven't formally, but most all other towns also use Dennis K. Burke, so.
Yeah, and please appreciate that our quantities are sufficient such that we are getting kind of the economies of scale just alone.
Okay.
This is fuel for the entire fleet, school buses,
Right,
public
right.
works, fire, so forth. And there are cooperative purchasing programs. I've compared our pricing that we're able to secure locally to what they have, and they're very, very competitive. To the point of cooperative purchasing, we do participate on other bids such as salt and other commodities. That's certainly something we could explore. Our goal is to get the best price for and the best product.
Good. Yeah. Just one more thing. Tom, we saw an email from a resident off of Winnick Road who's been doing a lot of, and I saw him out there yesterday because I live off of Winnick Road. He was back at it. And I wondered if we had just ever explored anything where either like the Key Club or groups in town or just neighborhoods, you know how on the highway they'll have like a sign up that says like this mile, you know, taken care of by, you know, I don't know, Costco. But, you know, to kind of take labor out of ours, but I know that a lot of organizations are looking for ways to give back and like sort of being recognized, and just a thought so that you don't have to have people responding to those items as well.
Yeah, I was motivated by that gentleman and actually picked up 4 bags of trash on Broad Turn Road on Saturday and half a truck, I swear, in terms of parts from the ditch. To answer your question, I had a couple of productive conversations with Paul Beaver, who's the current president of the Scarborough Community Chamber, and pitched that very idea. And we both agreed that's something we should do, but here we are, snow's gone, the trash is seen, and we don't have a plan in place. But I think there's a lot of opportunity. This community always responds when someone takes the time to organize it and say, here's a challenge. I noticed on the 25th this month is the annual marsh cleanup that's coordinated through the Maine Audubon. That really takes care of the marsh, Route 1 across the marsh and Pine Point Road. The town has historically and will again be a support. We provide traffic safety and then of course pick up all the debris.
Well, I'm just thinking too, like, you know, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and I at the high school, people are always trying to get hours for like Key Club and all of those things, so.
Yeah, we do. Just one cautionary note, depending on what road you're on, Winnick's Neck would be a similar one. You really need to take, you're taking your life in your hands. So if we do that, I'd like to make sure we have taken safety precautions as best we can and are able to pick up the debris once it's bagged.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I've got a couple that, going back to the revenue from the other towns, as we particularly did that kind of 85% increase, if you said 15 was kind of left to still capture, did we lose any of the other towns' business? Did they say, oh, that's a problem at all?
Do not.
Okay, so I think along the same lines, maybe we can be more aggressive there without risk, and maybe the margin we're making on it, even if we lost one, wouldn't be as impactful by collecting more from everybody else. And then I've got kind of a sensitive topic that I have no experience in, but does the town need to be in the business of running a cemetery? I mean,
Fairly typical. I mean, I suppose there are occasions where there's nonprofits or affiliated with a faith-based organization. Yeah, Do we need to? No, but I think it's a pretty essential service. You know, it does cover itself and
Okay,
in terms of selling burial plots and the like. We haven't contemplated an expansion in a long, long time, so that's a game changer, you know, a capital investment. So no, to answer your question, we don't need to be in the business.
I think,
It's not untypical.
yeah, I don't mean that nobody would do it, but you know, there's private companies that also will run a cemetery and also I didn't know if we had looked at that at all.
Yeah, I suppose we could consider, you know, privatizing and selling our property. As Councillor Shoup pointed out, that cemetery sits on a very large tract, most of which is wooded to the rear. So I think we call it the town forest, don't we? And that area incidentally needs some forestry management anyway. It's just, it's large mature trees that need some attention. So we're interested in doing this design to understand what expansion capability is there, at what cost, and is there a way to minimize impacts to the existing parcel?
And I didn't realize you were saying that so the fees that we're charging are for the most part covering the cost up until like this design project or.
Yeah, I haven't done the analysis, but I would dare say in terms of the minimal cost for us in terms of maintaining it, you know,
Right.
there's small paved alleys, if you will. There's obviously grass cutting and weed whacking. I think the lot sales we're covering our costs, yes.
Okay.
The grass clipping is done through a contractor. We do all we dig the graves and bury them afterwards. Some of that's on overtime, some of it's during the day.
We get paid for that service.
Okay.
I just also wanted to mention that we are exploring as part of this expansion, including a green area of the cemetery, which goes hand in hand with your concerns of keeping the conservation, the land natural as much as possible. And if people want it, it's a growing desire. So that is something we're also exploring as part of the expansion.
How much land is there?
I don't know off the top of my head how many acres.
I can verify 40 acres starts me. Essentially all the way to the Old Orchard line, I believe.
Another aspect of growth.
Yeah.
So you've got a couple people retiring. When you say finishing out long-term disability, they're not coming back to work. You're just finishing the obligation of.
Correct.
Okay. And that you've been understaffed consistently. Does that, is there an equation there we say, well, maybe we're still performing at a high level, a little bit understaffed, and therefore we don't need to fill those positions?
Absolutely not. I would say, we try to provide the level of service we can for what we have on staff. Again, some of our newer hires are very green. They're not very familiar, some of were their first time ever being in a plow truck, that kind of thing. Plus being able to run an excavator, being able to run a backhoe, being able to run the catch basin truck. Those are three big pieces of equipment that really need to be out almost every day. We do the drainage work. We only have a couple of guys that can run the two big ones. Like I said, the catch basin truck, we now have three others that are capable of running that. So that's a big step forward for us. Now we're just trying to train some of the younger ones. And again, they could be qualified to run the equipment by the end of the year. However, it takes years of experience to get really good at, especially the excavator and the backhoe when you're setting culverts and ditching and grading and that kind of thing.
I would just bring it back to this slide. It's remarkable that this is just showing a 15-year look. This department is flat. In fact, I think they're one down from where they were 15 years ago, which is remarkable given the fact that we appreciate what's happened in the last 15 years. So and all the while, I don't think we've seen any kind of material drop in service. It's not as if, the plowing is delayed or what have you. So it's really a testament to Doug and his staff that they've been able to do it with the same employees, but still do it very well.
That's a great point.
Yes, Tom, I saw that. I was actually gonna mention that
Yeah.
because I was looking at the same chart and wondered if you have efficiencies you know, if you have economies of scale, I was kind of wondering, so if you look at the town in that 15 years, it's probably grown 22%. So I'm just curious, because I thought maybe they teach a master class and like, you know,
Efficiencies.
Yeah, and again, before I came on board, we had 2 or 3 arborists that were available. We had several people that could run the excavator that were available, so we could split, we could have more than one crew out there. You know, and another big factor, you know, in these road projects is traffic control. You have to have traffic control out there.
Yeah.
So if I've got, I've got a big project going, I could take 2, 3, or even 4 of my staff just for traffic control based on where we're working. And the other part of the hard part is we limit their vacations in the wintertime due to plowing. There's one person now that can be off and unavailable, but when they're off, that's a route that we have to cover down on. But in the summertime, especially the winter like this, they've gained comp time, they have their vacation time. So we do have a lot of vacation and comp that's being used over the summer that they can't take in the wintertime. So that puts a little bit of a strain on our staffing levels in the summer as well.
As was mentioned, contracted services are kind of taking the edge off this. And I think if we showed you a graph of expenses for contracted services, you'd see it probably increasing. So it's not telling the full picture, but this is uniquely the department that has been able to maintain staff levels consistently over time.
And just another word on it. I mean, we're seeing obviously increases in contracted services to account for some of those stubborn vacancies. We're also more reliant again on people like community services to pick up some work. Also, we asked vehicle maintenance. Some of their employees have had to step into plow routes in a jam. So we found a way to make it work when we've had to. Again, times get longer to get those roads plowed out, but it's certainly not a standard that we would be comfortable, I think, downsizing the approved workforce. I think we're really just getting by.
Yeah, I think what isn't in there, Tom, to your point also is that it seems like contracted services is kind of a good buffer for you where you're not over hiring and filling and gives you flexibility as you need it. So that probably has some value. I don't know the cost of contracted services versus, salary and benefits and all for full-time. So I'm sure there's some kind of equation there where it works out. I'll go quick with a couple more. When's the current labor contract due for renewal?
The end of 27.
Yeah.
June of
June
27.
27.
And for the CIP vehicle replacement plan, generally the trucks are 10 to 20, a few 10 to 16, I guess. Are we generally bonding that money for 30 years?
Oh.
Okay.
No, one can speak to it, but for some of the vehicles, it could be as short as 5-year. No, we really are disciplined in terms of the length of time we finance really should mirror the expected life expectancy for it.
It's 5 to 10 years, depending on the expected life of the equipment.
Okay. And that's generally true across everywhere, matching the lifespan to the length of the bond. Okay. And then quickly on the recycling program, are you seeing more participation or is it just the cost of operating the program?
That's pretty much the cost of operating. The tipping fees have gone up considerably. I know when EcoMaine first came on with a recycling program, they basically subsidized it for every community. Now to make, they've got to raise costs. So tipping fees for recycling and MSW are almost identical.
Okay, great. That's all I've got.
Related, we also have expense through contracted services for curbside collection. So that's the ones who come by weekly and pick up your carts. And we'll be making a transition as of July 1st to a new provider for the first time. I think first time ever.
First time ever.
Which is exciting and a little fearful at the same time. But nonetheless, we're excited to be a very big part of their business and think they're going to provide good service to us.
Sorry, that reminded me of one more thing. In some of the budget lines, Doug, there's salt in particular. It seems as though this year was particularly bad, both for storms, but for cost as well. And you're projecting or proposing for 27 kind of at the 2026 level, which is historically higher than some previous years.
Right.
And so we're predicting kind of next year to be just as bad. I'm sure there's some price increase built into that. But do you ever look at any of those as like particularly those consumables, like 5-year averages
We typically look at 3-year averages,
Okay.
but not 5. But yes, you're correct. There'll be some price increase in salt as well. And again, we're trying to, we're using it a little bit more than we are sand now. We typically in our subdevelopments, we would do a mix of salt and sand. We call it a hot load that can go out and starting at the end of this winter, probably February and March, we started using more salt in some of the secondary roads as well. So that's why you see that increase.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Thank you so much. Really great. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Leona. Yeah, cool.
Me toasty.
I've been here for a whole year, right?
Last year was 3 weeks in.
Kid gloves are off.
Yeah, keep those up. Not having projects.
That's always nice.
I'll be quiet.
Did you build your own playground or something?
John, wasn't you in charge of the roadway beautification project?
I actually believe.
I know, I'd like to do that.
Yeah.
I'll vote on that.
I'll be in charge of it and say.
You're gonna be the whole digger for the signs that say, like this road
Be my.
sponsored by, yes, whomever. I bet.
You lose John? I guess we're good to go. I was thinking that. Okay, so next up is community services and appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having us. Nick Klisch, Director of Community Services, and with me today is Nicole Hall, our Deputy Director. We can just jump right into the first slide. You know, when you take a look at our department overview, you really see how far-reaching community services is. We're stretched amongst our 5 our subsets. We do a lot with a relatively small team, and that's because we have a really talented staff in our department. So it's something we're super proud of each and every year. We have 22 full-time staff, 4 of which are 4 year-round part-time staff. Those are primarily in the cable and the custodial venue. We have 40 school year part-time, and that's mainly our childcare program at all the various sites. Then we have upwards of low to mid 80s of summer part-time staff. And that's our summer seasonals, our beach attendants, our park ranger program, and our summer camp staff. When we look at our staff, full-time wise, 5 sections. So in recreation and waterfront, our beaches, that's comprised of three people. That's a active adult program coordinator, a youth and teen program coordinator, and then Steve, which is the manager that oversees beaches and all of our programming. Our second subset is our operations and events team, and our hub admin. That's for including Nicole within that division. And that's everything from special events, marketing, sponsorships, overseas cable, and our passport acceptance program. So their scope is very large. Then we have 3 folks comprised in our intergenerational group. Audra is our childcare manager, intergenerational program manager. And then we have 2 staff, that work as program coordinators that help us oversee those childcare programs, as well as our large summer camp. I do want to state that we have 235 kids in our childcare program, around 220 K through 5, and then we operate a Plover pre-K program out of the hub, which is an additional 15. So we service around 235 childcare school year, and then 350 summer camp participants. Then next up is our Parks and Grounds team. That's comprised of seven people. Casey oversees that as the manager of that division, and they take on anything parks, trails, athletic facilities, and both winter operations in terms of recreational component and then operational component. And as Doug spoke, we have definitely picked up the last couple of years our footprint, so to speak, both on campus and off campus. And then lastly, we have 4 staff within our public facilities side. They're primarily based out of here at Town Hall, as well as public services, public safety building. And they oversee maintenance and custodial operations within our division. Next slide, please. This is really just some historical budget data and allocations over the past 3 budget seasons. You can see the actuals of FY24 and 25, and then a projection for 26. We plan to be on budget or under budget in terms of an expenditure allocation this year. That projection is really kind of on the high end, but we're really mindful of our resources, and we're in a solid spot budget-wise this year. I always like when we do a budget update to kind of compare of what our investments were and then how they came, the fruitfulness of those. This year, for notable accomplishments, we offered 194 recreation programs, 32 of which were brand new programs. And our program participation rates continue to increase on a year-to-year basis. And really want to thank council last year, as you guys made a notable investment into a full-time recreation coordinator position. And you can see 32 brand new programs, some successful, some not. You have to try things and see how they work out. But it's also helped us, break up programming hours. A lot of what we do is nights and weekends. That was one person working nights, weekends, and flexing their schedule during the week. So it's allowed us some flexibility within that to program, 7 days a week and improve our programs, as well as finally get to things like training and staff development that were kind of on the back burner over the course of time. So we're super appreciative, and we feel like that position can only really increase what we offer moving forward as well. Secondly, we expanded our winter recreation opportunities. Again, investments, we invested in it from a capital outlay standpoint in an Easy Rink, which was a 3rd ice skating rink for us down there. It was able to freeze a lot longer and faster. So we got people out on the ice quicker, and they were able to stay on the ice later in the year. When your natural ponds, they just, anytime it warms up, you're looking at a couple days recovery. So that's something we're super proud of there. And then we also made a nominal investment in a snow groomer. It may seem nominal, but we offered something we never offered before. 6 parks and trails that were groomed throughout the winter. We had a lot of positive engagement and feedback from the community. So it's something that Casey and his team took on and did a really nice job with. And then that crew itself is continuing to hit on that Parks and Facilities Master Plan every single day, every single year. Last year, we had the full refurbishment of the Quinton Drive courts. We had the installation of the lights over at Peterson. And then additionally, we're out for RFP for the 8 new pickleball courts right now. That closes on the 23rd. And we're actively working with an engineer firm on the relocation of the skate park. So a lot of things are really coming to fruition that were made for investments over not only last year, but years prior. And then another investment we made, we're trying to up our marketing, our communication standpoint. It was a goal of council last year. So we invested in a digital reader board over at the hub. That's helped us put our message out to a lot of folks. It helps us work with collaboration with other groups, schools, anybody that wants to utilize that. So we do that. And then we made an active effort on our e-newsletters. Each subsection of our department now has an e-newsletter that targets that specific age group or those areas. And we're seeing a lot of clicks, a lot of responses of more signups because of that. So it was a targeted effort on Nicole's part, and we did a good job with that. And then lastly, we had some investments in the infrastructure at the beaches, most specifically at Pine Point. And as you all know,
we reduced the non-resident beach pass sales. So, you know, we were trying to increase access over there. It's a hard metric to really put your hands on, but our overflow lot was open last year. And we felt like the actual coming in and out of Herd Park caused a lot less chaos and congestion because we had 2 lanes and we were able to really maneuver folks throughout the lot last year. And then in terms of challenges, our 2 biggest challenges are continued requests for needs for indoor and outdoor space. That's been a constant, I think, for multiple years here. It's something we're certainly assessing and doing our best to try to navigate, but that's a top priority on our list. And then just rising costs and services and goods to run quality programs. We run great special events, but those costs increase every year. It can be anything from fireworks to just supplies and goods that you're providing for those. And we're trying to expand our footprint in special events, so those costs do increase each year. Then just to take a holistic look at our budget overview, I want to state that the budget that you have in front of you today, we were mindful right out of the gate. We really tried to curtail spending in areas that we saw an average over the past few years that we either weren't hitting or we were overspending. So we tried to rectify things. But we knew it was going to be a complex budget year. And, you know, you'll see as we move forward through these slides, our expenditure ask from community services and our budget is only $150,000 increase from last year. And that was a thoughtful approach. It was an approach that we wanted to be mindful going in. It's not to say that we can't find areas to continue to navigate, and we're open and willing to do so. But I did think it was important that you saw that. So our expenditure request amount is 4.337. Our revenue is a little north of 3.1 million. And that net impact to the taxpayer is a little north of 1.2 million. What we do pride ourselves on is operating as efficiently as possible. And we're 72% self-funded. And I think that's really important when you look at parks and recreation landscape, not only statewide, but nationally. I would say we're really in the top tier. And you know, my predecessor, Todd, he did a great job, always within the 70% range. And when you have parks under your umbrella, it's hard to raise, you know, to get revenue to offset that. And that's a choice that we make. But we try to level costs in our other operation management techniques. So we're not getting below that 70% choice. Next 2 slides, please.
Just one quick note on that. And again, I think Nick's right. I think his predecessor, we talked a lot about what our self-funding was. And I think in years past, the council's had some interest in once you remove those sort of sunken costs and again, grounds, you're not making money off of clearing trails or mowing lawns or mowing parks. That self-funded threshold becomes a lot more impressive. Not that 72% isn't, but so I think that is a note that if you separate out that one division, I think you'd find a lot of our recreation programming stays for itself.
Absolutely. The next 2 slides are just kind of breakdowns of where our expenditures derive from. Obviously, 64% were in personnel. We're about 11% in services and charges, another 10% in contracted services, 7.8 in other costs. I just wanted to kind of give a graphic of where everything lies for where we operate. And then the next slide is just in relation to where we've been over the recent history. And again, if you look at what we're supposed to be in 26 and 27, it's very, very nominal ask and request. But again, it's being mindful in that approach. And you know, a couple of years ago, we invested in 2 of those parks and ground staff that we also get some revenue back from the school department, north of $150,000 to help offset those staff wages, because we work to provide increased care and manicuration of their fields and complex. And then if you just look at the major changes year over year, again, I stated earlier, we had a position investment last year, notable success, and we're super grateful for that. We are not asking for an FTE request this year. We feel like we're in a pretty strong position in terms of how we operate and our efficiency. So knowingly, we kind of kept status quo as where we were. And then really just this is a breakdown of our request. 83,000 is personnel costs. Our health insurance spread across 22 FTEs was that highest percentage of that. 50,400 were other costs. I alluded to it earlier, the special events are increasing. Last year, I will note that the holiday lighting was a capital investment. This year, that has moved to the operational side and fits into this bucket. And that's around $15,000, $20,000. So it takes up a chunk of that. And then 21,000 is contractual maintenance, utilities. Our water is increasing at all of our athletic fields for irrigation purposes. So that's a big chunk of where we're seeing increases there. And then some decreases in reduction, again, being mindful in our approach, trying to level set our part-time staffing in terms of childcare. And then you'll see a 21,600 reduction, but really the net of that is 10,200. We hadn't been using Parks and Grounds part-time staff for the past couple of years, but we were over expending a bit in our park ranger program that we invested in, I think it's 2 years ago. So we tried to offset that and make sure it was a little bit more appropriated from a budgetary standpoint. And then really a small reduction in supplies and equipment department-wide, needs over wants, wants over needs. So those are big changes. If we jump to capital, I think the town has done an excellent job investing in our equipment over the past 2 years. So the two pieces of equipment that we've requested this year that are currently still in there are really to be more sustainable, to be more efficient. We've invested in 2 Ventrac tractor machines in past budgets. And really those have upwards of 30 attachments that can come to them. So it's just diversifying our portfolio, allowing us to do more with the actual machines that we have. So that is one of our asks, and that would include a snow blower, a drop spreader, and a contour mower on those Ventrac units. And then the Tiny Mobile robot painter. Again, one of these machines can lay out a lacrosse and soccer field in 45 minutes. As compared to 3-4 guys holding a string, marking corners, taking upwards of a day and a half to do full fields. Football is a little bit different because there's far too many lines on it. But it's about 75% time reduction for staff. It also has the ability to mark irrigation heads ahead of when our irrigation doctors and folks can get out to us. So we can start the painting and start our aeration process earlier in the year because they have so many clients that they have to get to in the spring. So it would be a really important piece of equipment for us to have. And then we have quite a list of projects. I'll start with the TV server room upgrades. That's something that's long overdue. It's just reached life expectancy. It's HD compatible. So we do a lot of our broadcasting. That would be a good investment for us here. The Ferry Beach parking lot renovation. So last year, there was some funding to seal coat and stripe both Ferry and Hurd. When we got to the point to do Ferry, it was much beyond what it would need to rectify it. So we'd be asking to fully refurbish that pavement in that parking lot. And if you go over there, there's some massive holes in that lot. Again, Ferry Beach fence replacement, half of it's fallen down and needs to be replaced and put on the perimeter of the beach. Hurd Park walkway, that's a small investment. I believe it was 11,000. It's really kind of connecting the overflow lot in the walking area. It becomes a little unsafe. People start to walk through the giant Hurd Park parking lot. So it was a mindful ask there. Park playground replacement. This was on Todd's list years leading up. We actually had somebody come and assess in the off season to take a look at our playgrounds. And a lot of them are reaching or beyond their life expectancy. So this is kind of a phased approach for us over the next 5 years to be mindful of replacing those. And the first one on the list would be at Willie. The Larrabee Farm lot and trail development. So last year, we ended up using the 10,000 we got in the CIP for a survey, natural resource study, and to get us a conceptual plan for the lot itself. That has been completed. We're asking for additional 10,000 this year to potentially help with some tree work. Public Works is working with us in collaboration to help reduce those costs, both tree work and helping us build out that lot. But it gives us a safe net and contingency to complete this project, to start phase one and get access to, you know, what we own over there. And then on our list is the Eastern Trail funding. That was a cost overruns. I think you guys have heard about it at recent.
I'll just speak to that real quick, because I tucked this here because I wasn't sure where else to put it. I owe this committee and probably the full council a deeper discussion on this matter. But just in broad strokes, I put it here to prompt this discussion. The town is the lead agency through a locally administered project, largely funded by federal dollars through the state. There's individual corporate donors. The town itself has put in about $220,000, and this was back, frankly, approved before I came. That's how long this project's been around. And City of South Portland, about half that amount, 80 to 100,000, as I recall, but I'll finalize those numbers. The project, so as the lead agency, we're the ones that sign the contract. We've been responsible right along. And if I knew then what I know now, I would never have agreed to it. It's just a massive project. It's resulted in a number of significant cost overruns, almost $500,000 in overruns just for materials. This is to build the sub base and the actual trail itself. You would think that there was fairly low risk of a project like this. What they found is that the soil conditions were so poor that it wouldn't even support a trail. Long story short, we are actively seeking cost reductions to try to get this back to budget. I'm certainly actively seeking additional funding from DOT, and they've been conceptually receptive. $200,000 is currently in dispute with the contractor that we'll work through. So again, this is kind of intended to be provocative to catch your attention that we signed the contract, we're responsible for paying the bills, and this is the time to have this conversation. And perhaps I can work with committee chair and provide a little more in-depth overview at one of your future finance meetings. I'll know more. This is evolving day to day, frankly, at this point. So that's what's behind this. And I know we had a resident inquire, I think correctly, that more detail is necessary, and it is.
So Tom, thanks for that. When you say that we sign the contract, does that mean we're liable for overruns in general, or we're responsible for making it come to fruition, or what does that mean?
I wouldn't say liable, but yeah, yes, we're responsible. We've signed a contract, and we're responsible to pay the contractor. Yes.
So when they were doing it, you said there's been a lot of overruns. Did they come to us every time they bumped into something to say, you know, are you sort of re-upping?
Some of the items, things that during the course of daily activity, we pay, representing our interest, a third party to be there on site, overseeing construction. You know, one of the biggest cost overruns, as I mentioned, is subpar soils, and those things aren't change orders. They're field conditions, and our person in the field with their expertise say, yeah, you've got to fix that. You can't not do it, so to speak. And it adds up, obviously. There were official change orders that we approved, but those are small amounts compared to the cost overruns based on what they observed in the course of daily activity of construction.
From a budget standpoint, this is kind of a placeholder for worst case scenario.
I would say so, yeah. We've also identified, and I want to get into all the details right here, right now, but there was a project some years ago, the Gorham Road project, phase one, where we have authorization from council and actually borrowed the money, but didn't ever need it. We were able to get additional state funding. So there's as much as $300,000 there that could be directed here, but I don't have that authorization. So that's part of the potential solution here. I really want to understand cost reduction, additional funding from other sources before I come back to you. So again, this is intended to kind of catch our attention and make sure we talk about it. And
Is there a time on it? Like, have they given us a deadline, or is there a, timeline? So for the next 6 months, this is what this looks like. This is what it costs. This is what we need to analyze and approve.
yeah, the overruns are in two categories. One are ones we know and ones we are kind of tracking and anticipate. Some of it has to do with the length of the project. We're paying every day an inspector to be on site. If it's done earlier, we save money. So it's very dynamic. The project itself has two deadlines. One, the first of which is October of this year, 26, is to complete the first section from Pleasant Hill Road to Wainwright, which is done and has been done, frankly. And the final completion is October 27. So a full year from October, by all accounts, I shouldn't say that, by my estimation, they should have 100% of the project done by this fall. They are moving so quickly. In fact, they'll be setting the major bridges this week over the railroad tracks.
Sorry,
So
Can we get into all that kind of in our regular council role? I mean, I think from this standpoint, we're just kind of looking to
Yep.
explain the budget end, right? And so I just want to keep this moving
yeah,
over.
it did occur to me, we have a window of opportunity for a workshop with council at the May 20 meeting. Maybe that's too late, but I think this is potentially worthy of something that full council will be interested in.
Could TIF funds be used to pay for this since it's transportation related?
Absolutely, if we had some.
If we have some, or
I proposed, I've programmed use of all available TIF funds so far, but we can reallocate.
And then the last one on our project list is automated parking. I know it's been a discussion over the past couple of years. We did look into it in the off season. And we presented a baseline proposal to Tom most recently of what that would look like. So this would be really the infrastructure side, and including additional kiosks, fixed photo enforcement, and then installation and site management of the program and hardware itself.
So this committee has expressed interest in hearing that proposal, so you fully understand it. We've secured or put in a request to fund the capital aspects of this. So perhaps we can talk about finding a way to have that conversation before you finalize this budget.
Okay.
I will say staff is I'm a bit leery about not just the investment, but our ability to manage it well. Enforcement. It's one of those things, we shouldn't do it if we're not comfortable that we're going to be able to enforce it consistently and accurately, but.
Yeah, I guess the question I had was, were we getting a lot of, I mean, I have a beach pass for 30 years. I use them all the time. I love them. I kind of like seeing the high school and college students at the gate greeting us. Feels very personalized. I'm just wondering, like, is this based on cost savings, or is it based on, we were getting a lot of complaints about service levels, or?
There was a former council that pursued this as an option for us to take a look into. I don't think there's a lot of cost savings. In fact, I think there might be operationally a little bit more. And our ability to enforce is something that gives us a little bit of hesitation. But
The two things it does for us is it gives us the ability to expand to on-street parking. Right now, that's all free. The other one is the co-op at Pine Point is currently free, the majority of it. That's not already designated for commercial fishing. So there's some additional opportunity there. And the other kind of administrative benefit is just get out of the cash business. Our parking attendants are handling significant cash on a high summer night or summer day. So to the extent we can, we think that's just best practice.
I think the other driver for this was also like, how do you optimize fees so that way people aren't paying an exorbitant amount and try and use it that way? Like, but again, I don't know if that's worth the investment to your point, if it's not a good savings for the community. And I like what you just said too about like, you come, you see the students, like it's just more welcoming, I guess. And so I don't know.
Well, they've put a lot of work into it, so hopefully we can grab half an hour sometime and you can, I'll send the report out. It's a good read. I think you can probably make fairly quick work of it.
Yeah, that'd be very.
Yeah, what's your opinion? I mean,
I want to get out of the cash business. So either way, if we don't pursue an automated parking issue in totality, I think it's mindful that we get out of the cash business, and whether that means an additional kiosk or two and we go credit card only, I think that is something that we need to pursue. In terms of automated parking, it has its positives. It has a back end system that's really supportive and helps with efficiency. But again, I think it has both positives and negatives to it.
I think it'd also require another conversation about beach fees, which I know not everyone's enthusiastic about. There's probably the potential to capture more revenue too in some of the shoulder seasons. That was something. So there are certainly some positives. I think it would be a change from perhaps the nice system we have now, which just certainly has some benefits.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
All right. Bill Setnick or?
And we only have one piece of opportunity for further investment that's that didn't make the cut is Black Point Park, and that was just paving a lot there, increasing access, getting more parking spots there. A lot of parking happens at the church nearby, so we get a lot of negative feedback in terms of that, but also just providing a walking path throughout. That's something that we can certainly look for in future years.
Okay. I'm gonna say, I'm sad, except I want to say, I appreciate your start of, that you were mindful of what we were trying to accomplish. And I think $150,000 increase is admirable for the size of your programs. Anybody else questions? Yep.
Yeah, I've been sitting on the seat for a while, so the automated parking, I don't want to touch beach fees, I think is more, I think I'm more like, I think maybe there's another third solution, maybe there's 5 other solutions, but I appreciate you don't want to do cash, but I feel like we were sort of like, one person wanted this, let's explore it. I don't support on-street parking. I don't want to charge for that right now. And the co-op is just a beast within itself. So like, I just think that's where I fall with that. What land do you lease? Because I saw that you lease land and I just was curious what land you lease.
We lease the hub and we also rent from the school department for childcare staffing, or for our childcare program. So we have
So that's both of those in there. Okay, fair enough. And then I know back when I was on like the Community Services Rec Advisory Board, you were using volunteers for a lot of your programs. And it seems like you've come, I don't know, are you still using volunteers for programs? Are you paying overtime for staff to do programs?
no, we have a very nominal, never even meet our overtime budget. So we are actively working with the Community Services Advisory Boards on completely overhauling the volunteer system.
Yeah.
We're in our 3rd meeting now of putting a complete complex plan together to help us pursue those avenues. So it's a major focus of ours.
Yeah.
But we're certainly not tapping into staff to overrun for special events and like that.
Well, and I think there is a want and need, or I think there is residents who do want to contribute and give. Like, I love doing the Easter bunny, meal thing, and I was just like handing out pancakes. I think half of the moms in Scarborough would love to do that, and so I think it's great that they're exploring that. Couple selfish questions. So with Blue Point Playground, so you don't even list the Blue Point Playground. And I think that's really disappointing because it used to be swings there and it seems like it's fallen off of everyone's face of the earth that there used to be swings there. So like when I'm looking at your website, you don't even list that there were swings. So at some point they were removed and then completely eliminated from this whole process. I think part of the school process or the improvements to Blue Point School is they're eliminating the playground in the front as well. So I want to kind of reiterate, I think this would be the first one because they've actually lost their whole equipment and it was just like 3 or 4 swings. But, I was playing tennis there one day and a whole family came up and they're like, oh, it's a basketball court and I need tennis. And just even having I think the swings would be really nice.
I'll be honest, I didn't know until your recent.
I know, I told
We
you.
even had
I don't
swings
blame you.
there, so.
But it reminds me though, because a resident came to a Community Services Advisory Board meeting 8 years ago, being like, hey, Todd, we need swings. Can you replace ours? And then it kind of just falls off the face of the earth.
If I can speak, I think something came up with that one in particular where something wasn't to code with the swings that were.
Well, they definitely weren't safe.
Yeah.
I totally agree. They had to go, but let's not eliminate them completely. Because there actually is, there's a lot of families and stuff back there. So I think that would be nice. Speaking of schools, I know that they're all expanding. When the primary schools expand, are they going to be expanding your access to have space to expand your program, after school programs?
I am a part of the school building committee there, so I'm attending that. That is my hope to be able to work with them to have increased space so we can increase our childcare allotment at all sites. We just haven't gotten that far down the road with that project of where space is going to be allocated and what it looks like.
Yeah, well, I want to remember to bring that up with school because I remember firsthand the anxiety of being new to town, putting your kid in kindergarten, and then being like, I have nowhere to send my kid after school because the program's
I
filled.
think having Nick have a seat at that table from the start, from
Yeah.
the design phase, is that it's everybody's conscious that needs to be a cohesive
It's
relationship.
a huge
Yeah.
need. It's a
Yeah, I
huge
would say
need.
we actually just started our childcare registration process and the process is, there's no great option, right? You either, how we structure it now is those that are registered right now have a week to tell us what they're doing next year. And then we know how many spots are open up at any site. And presumably you've got, your third graders stepping up, but there might be years where there's nobody stepping up. And so what's left of space is at the primary sites. And then also you've got third graders all matriculating over to Wentworth. So that takes up spots. So when somebody that's new to town or, has a kid that's finally a school age is like asking the question of like, how do we do the registration? We're like, we don't know how many spaces we have. And they're like, do I even have a hope? And we don't have a great answer because we don't have the full picture until we get to that point. So.
Yeah, I think
And then, sorry, I just had one more question. And then lastly, I do want to, I had received some resident feedback about the CIP program that you guys were now charging $800 for. And I was hoping you could just explain a little bit, like the expense that goes behind the justification for that $800 charge.
Sure. So we went to a conference a couple years ago, and most parks and recs are now working towards charging, whether it be $400, $500, $600. I know if you look at a private CIT program, you're looking at about $250 a week to go to a CIT program. Our fee, if you break it down over the 8 weeks, is $100. That's recovering costs. They go on every field trip that we go to. We pay transportation costs. They get 3 hours every week of staff-led training. And then they're also a part of all of our leadership training leading up to camp that we spend contractually to bring folks in to get training. So not only do they get to be a part of camp, support camp, and learn the skills necessary to be a future programmer, the likelihood of them getting a job for the next 4 years is very strong. So we're basically just covering costs of that, including our registration process and everything. We do a full interview process for that program. So it's very structured, whereas what it used to be was glorified childcare. You signed your 6th, 7th grader up to come to the program. They learned some basic level skills, but we've really tried to map out a better process so they inherit better skills long-term to become a seasonal employee for us.
That's good.
So you're saying it was childcare of those teenagers where, like,
If-
when my daughter was there, she was like a counselor.
Definitely,
thing
what
every
I'm
day.
saying is they, they have the option as a 6th, 7th, and 8th grader to go to a camp. If you were to sign your child up for a summer camp at the middle school level, you're looking at around $2,000 for a summer camp. So our costs were kind of broken down, $100 a week, recover costs, and they get those skills. Before, it was less formalized, is what I
Right.
would say. It was very unstructured. We've made an intent focus the past 2 years to really overhaul the entire structure of it. And I could definitely understand going from no fee to $800 is
Right.
is very-
Is there some sort of, if you completed the program, you'll be staffed with us next year, reimbursement next year, or just?
Most of which they will start
Funnel in there.
to funnel into our program,
Yeah.
where we hire 20+ summer camp counselors, and the priority goes to kids that complete our program in good standing.
Okay.
And a lot of our former CITs are now.
You lost my daughter because you have that one age where you won't hire, I think, 15-year-old.
Oh, she's in the,
Now
yeah.
she's at Aqua. Thank you, guys. That was it.
Yeah. When is the hub lease up? And I'm just curious, now that you've been here for a year, like how satisfactory do you feel that space is for the programming that's occurring there?
Well, I'll hit the first one. I think we are in the 2nd year of renewed lease.
September of 28.
Yeah.
Number
Mm-hmm.
28?
And then in terms of how it services us, I think we've done a really good job of maximizing our programming out of there. I don't think it's a long-term solution by any means. I think that, for a town of this size with the growth that it's had, I know Todd did a ton of work around a community center, and I know we're still in the school investment, and that's years down the road. But for us to be able to serve the community, we will outgrow that space and need future space. In terms of hours that we can operate it kind of limits us. We run a pre-K program out of one side of it, so it limits us to front space or warehouse space. And you can only do so much in that warehouse in terms of active adult programming and engagement.
Yeah. So speaking of the pre-K program, it seems like the school is now expanding their pre-K program and they're getting additional state revenue as a result of it. So do you see the need to continue the pre-K program through community services, or can the school take on that and then you have more free space to use for other programming?
We had a recent conversation with the school department because they'll be looking for providers or childcare supporters to help offset their half days. It's something that we're still in discussions with them. And it could look as a hybrid program. We would continue that. If they don't need that, we could also look to pivot our entire program and become more of a childcare provider to help service them. But we will need future discussions with them to see really how it lays out and maps out for us to make it worthwhile for everyone.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have.
All set?
I have one question. You guys do a great job. You've always done a great job. The fact that you can manage that many young humans is amazing. So great job on that. My kids were very appreciative of all those programs. One of the things I hear from people who still have younger children in town is just sort of the race to get a spot. And whether it's in the, summer programs week to week or in childcare. And have we done an assessment to see, if we were really filling like 90% of those demands, what that would look like? And do we charge like at market rate?
We're right within the rates of all of our surrounding communities. We went up a little bit this year in our summer camp rates and on our childcare for the first time in a few years. We have assessed it's space. It's all spatial constraints, what we can have within the school. The school still operates extended summer programming, so they are tight on space as well. What it would look like for us is potentially breaking the camps up and running a pre-K to third grade option and like a 4 through 6. But again, that would put us in the middle school, Wentworth, potentially the high school. So it's space always drives our capacity, and we're up against it all the time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nick.
Nice one, see.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello, good morning.
You're right. Karen Martin, I'm the Executive Director of the Scarborough Economic Development Corporation, and thank you very much for having me here today to talk about the Development Corporation and what we do with your money. Right, so it's always good to remind ourselves, what's our mission? Where do we start with? And so I highlighted a few aspects of our mission statement. It's actually much longer than this, but these are some key points that I want to make this morning before we go on and talk about the budget. Number one, we do have 2 full-time staff positions, that's myself, and an economic development coordinator. The types of things that our mission calls for is for us to develop, support, promote sustainable economic development practices, which lead to a healthy, diverse, and resilient local economy. Now, those are big words and a big task, but I think Scarborough has consistently invested in their business community and their residents, and it does make really looking at accomplishing our mission smoother, because as we always say in economic development, businesses invest in communities who invest in themselves. And I think we've done a great job of investing. You've done a great job in investing in the town. So the core types of activities, how we translate that mission statement. We want to support the town's fiscal health by assisting in the traditional roles of economic development, which is working with new businesses, helping retain existing businesses, looking at expansion and attraction of businesses consistent with the comprehensive plan. We like to maintain and grow what we call a comprehensive intelligence system to assist community leaders in decision-making. And that's where you see when we step in and help with analysis of the impact fee or analysis of the shift analysis through a TIP application. We're trying to build information that you guys can use in your decisions. It's also important for us to build information that businesses can use in their decision-making too. And that's where our website comes in, and we put out a lot of information on the website for businesses to use. We also want to assess It's in our mission statement to continually assess the economic competitiveness or capacity of the town. And so we're doing some focus on that this year. And we hope to have a really complete analysis done. We were hoping by the end of the fiscal year, but I can see it's probably going to be the end of summer. We want to cultivate a network of local, regional, state, federal, and international resources. For us, for businesses, just knowing what's out there, that's important. And that's a really big piece of what we do is we make connections for folks. So now that we've talked about that, let's talk about budget history. Oh,
Hold on, no,
sorry.
hold on, you're good. You can keep talking, Karen.
Okay. As you can see, our budget is increasing. The personnel costs, that's salary and benefits, that's going up. Contracted services, and the way our budget has always been looked at from in previous budgets is the town takes care of all of our personnel costs. They do payroll, they do all of that. We have a small piece of the budget, which is listed here as contracted services, and that's what we use for our day-to-day expenses. And that's our rent, our, buying our supplies, paying for our utilities, that type of thing. That's what's in that. What's also in there is what we call there's a line item for communication and marketing. And part of that line item is we do pay for the town's access to constant contact. So the newsletter and all of that actually does come under our budget. And that's just a legacy of some previous work. We used to both pay for them. So the town paid for constant contact and we paid for it. And we said, well, that's kind of crazy. Let's just combine them. So we're both using that system and it just comes under our budget. And I'll talk a little bit more about what's driving some of those pieces in a second. But let's look at fiscal year 26 and say, what's different? What is different from what we expected? It's our auditing report. And so last year, when we were going into this, we knew we were going to really use the town's auditor. And as it turns out, we didn't guess right on the budgeting. So we had put in 5,000. That was Norm and I looking at it and saying that's our best guess. As it turns out, the actual expense is 14,500. So there was about 9,500 over budget in that category. What we did for this year is we have always maintained a small fund balance. Our auditors have always wanted us to carry 3 to 6 months worth of expenses. We don't do that, but we do have about 35,000 that we have consistently carried. It was there when I took over the corporation, and it's been there ever since. We don't tap into that. We can't, by our rules, so to speak, we don't tap into that unless we have an approval from our board of directors. And the only time we tap into that has been for this particular item. So we took this budget out of our fund balance for this year and actually for last year too. So now that we know what it is, and again, we're using the same auditors now as the town, so that makes Norm happy, and we always want to make Norm happy. And it really does orchestrate a coordinated approach to the audit and getting it ready for when the town needs it. And I believe you may hear the same story when the library comes up. They too came across, had to do a new budget. So anyway, that's a big chunk of change for us out of our regular budget. And so if you want to look at what the major changes are between FY26 and FY27, this next slide. Yeah, so I've outlined that for you. So salaries and benefits, 6.2%. I think, if I remember correctly, salaries were about 4%. And then the other part of that, I think, is health insurance went up some, but together it's 6.2%. And then our rent and cleaning, we've been in the same spot for like 15 years. And Mark Maroon is the owner of the building that we're in, and he has raised our rent once in the 15 years. And that rent includes common area charges, the snow. We don't pay anything else. And so last year, he made some investment in the building and redid all of the lighting fixtures. And he said, can you at least just pay for the investment that I made by like giving you light in your space? And so that's what, you know, this extra $1,440 for the year, which is a 16% increase, that is, again, small numbers make a big difference for us. And then as we just talked about, the audit review. So plus $27,000. And then we knew that the auditor was going to hit us hard. And so we tried to look at where could we do some reductions to at least accommodate the rent and cleaning, to at least offset that. We looked at events, and we do raise money separately for events. And I'll explain that on the next slide. But we're taking about $500 that we're raising privately and going to put that towards this, the overages that we have for next year to offset some of the changes. We took 40% of our education and conference budget. So again, small numbers make a big difference to us. So that's 40% of our budget, but that's $1,000. And then we're taking $1,000 out of what we call our office supplies and technology. And the technology piece of that is things like our all of our website URL expenses and things like that, plus the insurances and the safety mechanisms we have on that to prevent, you know, people from hacking the website. So we're taking $1,000 out of that. What that really means is next year we would have probably replaced one of our computers, and we replaced all of our computers within this office supply and technology. I feel like we could go an extra year on that one, even though we try to replace our computers every 5 years, or if they, you know, run into end of life issues. So we took $1,000 out of that. So we've decreased our existing expenses by $2,500. That doesn't make up for the whole auditor piece, but we've done our best. We've done what we think we can up front. And we've at least covered the changes in the office rent. The next thing I just wanted to talk about, if we can go to the next slide. There is our events. That's our annual meeting. We do a few other smaller events and things like that. And that's done at the Black Point Inn. Our goal has always been, and we've achieved it, we've offset that cost. We do it through sponsorships. We charge a nominal ticket price. What we want to do is make it affordable to our business community, as well as get you guys into the piece, as well as having some department heads. So we're covering those costs through our sponsorships. And so we plan next year to raise about $13,200. We spent last year $12,000 on the event. We're going to cut back, but we're going to find $500 of savings as long as the food doesn't go up too much. And so that $1,700 that we make, it doesn't sound like much, but it's a lot to us. We apply that to our expenses before we give you our final numbers. So we're taking that out of the all expenses. And in terms of what are opportunities for further investment, well, if you want to put our $1,000 back, that lets us do some education and some of the technology. We always look for additional data sources that we can take on that really could make a difference. Right now, we're using our Placer AI information. That's the biggest part of that purchase data. And, you know, it's a complicated program, but we've been able to do some things that have been very important. I'll say one of the things we've done is help look at Cafe Luna and where they're, how much additional customers they've had over the year, and we've worked with planning and codes and public safety, looking at some of those numbers and trying to figure out how to smooth some of those edges down, why they do some other things that are going to be important for their future. So we've been able to look at that. The other piece that we're using that for as an example would be the Metro project that's coming online. We can help them really target through that program the businesses that are on their line, where we can go and ask different places to, hey, do you want to participate in really beefing up or subsidizing your workers and things like that. So that's allowing us to do some really, I think, important things. That doesn't mean we're going to keep it forever, because it is an expensive piece. The next piece that I would say, this not for this year, but really for future years, looking at a revolving loan fund as part of the tax increment financing district, allowable expenses. And what we would really like to do is figure out what types of policies are being taken on by the town that might affect businesses, and if we can come up with a loan fund that might help them over that. For instance, what I'm thinking about is if we really do close Route 1, if we narrow that down, some folks are maybe having some trouble with that. And anyway, that's a future program. That's not for this year, but I'm just putting it out there since we're talking about opportunities for further investment. And my board has been very interested in that, really coming up with ways to do that. I've been a little reluctant to go forward with the revolving loan fund for one big reason is the state has generally every, 5 to 10 years come forward with really a funding of revolving loan programs. And if we can wait till that happens, then we can pool or apply for their revolving loan funds and use our finances as a match. So I'm just highlighting that because it's something that's been talked about and could prove very useful. And I'll stop there and wait for questions.
Questions. When was SEDCO created?
We're 40 years old. So I think it was 1985.
And so I would imagine, it was created at a time where we were trying to really encourage economic growth in Scarborough.
Correct.
And so I feel like, when you talk about that loan funding, is Scarborough struggling to find commercial tenants? Are we seeing a decrease? Is it, I think about Portland where they're like, we're finding you if you have empty lease space now, are we?
Right.
Is that-
Yeah, so I think our industrial space, we have a healthy vacancy rate. Office is creeping up a little bit. Yeah, so there's some, where I would target that loan fund, I think, is where we're doing something that might impact the future of those businesses and use it very strategically. And again, that's why I haven't jumped on it, because there is a loan program at the Greater Portland Council of Governments that we encourage our businesses to participate in. And if you're interested, what they do is it's gap financing, which is really pretty much what we would be if we were to do that. And that gap financing means they've gone to their regular bank, and their bank maybe wants to do 90% of what they need, and then they can go to GPCOG or other public sector loan programs as a guarantee.
And then you had said that your marketing budget was the Constant Contact. Is it all that, or do you?
No. We actually we have the Constant Contact. We also pay for a CRM, a data set and software where we can track all of our businesses. We have about 1,400 businesses in that system. It allows us, it's a custom-made system for economic development. So it's not like Salesforce or others. It was a brand new firm that started more information than you want to know. But it's one of the only pieces that I've seen that it was custom made for us. And so in that, we can easily track how many people did we contact, how many surveys could we send out. And that's something that we're doing right now by industry. We're sending out pockets of surveys so we can understand on an industry level what's happening in the business community. And it allows us to help other departments that are looking at, hey, with the different programs and we want to test the business community. We want to know what they think about things. And we can target different industries, different sectors, and send out a survey directly to that. And it's a custom product for us. It also, that's the piece that also allows us to have an online data set for citizens to search when they're on our system and they want to go online and they want to say, hey, is there a contractor available, that's based in Scarborough? You can go online and you can search for a contractor or somebody that's invested in that.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate that because I think I had a business owner reach out recently about their concerns about the Route 1 closure of one lane. And it honestly was just not something on my radar of like, because there's only a couple down there, but they're right. They
Yeah.
have some concerns and they're
Yeah.
legitimate.
Yes, they are.
It's nice to know that it's something on your radar, you're working with them. The only other thing that came to mind was we've had people come to our meetings in the past and they're saying, we feel like Scarborough needs a housing department. And, I look at Portland and they have housing and economic
Yep.
development. And I didn't know if that's like something that Scarborough had thought about, but I do feel like the more we talk about housing and the struggles we have, I don't know. I'm just curious if that's something that you had ever thought about.
Sure. So over the past couple of years, I've certainly stepped in with Tom, looking at the analysis. You see that in one of our projects is we have a housing brief, and we did that because our board stepped up and really wanted to know about housing and how it affects the labor supply, and it's just on everybody's radar. So absolutely, I will let Tom speak to that, but we are there and want to assist in that, defining the issues and putting the information together. So
It felt like you were already, some of the data, it is just
Yeah.
housing. You're already doing some of it. That's kind of why I mentioned it.
Yeah.
Because you do kind of go past that scope of just.
Yeah, the traditional model would be to create a housing authority. I wouldn't recommend that. I don't think we're there, but there's the potential of contracting with other authorities in the immediate area to provide that level of service. I will say that all things housing fall to me, and I'm woefully inadequate in terms of meeting that demand. And so I think there's great opportunity and demand in that area. So if there's one new area that we might want to expand into, it would be that one.
And that's why you saw us work with the Housing Alliance chair when they were presenting what their topics were. And that's why we did the housing brief to sort of support their efforts too. So we're all in on that.
So thank you.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you and Magda for all the work that you guys do, because just people, like when I first joined, I assumed Karen had like a staff of like 7 people or something, and to find out it's just her and Magda is just
Right.
crazy for all the work that you guys do.
And we do everything in-house. Like we take care of our computers, Magda does our website. So we don't do consulting except for our auditors.
Yeah.
Just, you might be interested, one of council's goals was to look at expanding our menu or suite of impact fees into potentially open space, including open space, public safety. I've asked Karen to help kind of coordinate that effort. It's going to involve a number of other senior staff, but that's work that has begun, and I suspect be using finance committee to bounce some ideas off.
Michelle?
Yeah. Couple things. One is this revolving loan program that kind of caught me by surprise, I guess. Would we be subsidizing something? Would we be like, is that a low one? Like, I don't understand like the foundation of.
Right. Again, it's not in this year's budget, just.
No, I know.
Right. So that's why I've been reluctant to move forward. Some towns do it out of their TIF funding because it's an eligible expense to fund a revolving loan fund. And the theory is you fund it up front and then you charge interest. It's not like it's free.
Right.
You charge interest to the companies, and over time that administration and interest fee builds up, and it starts to, the revolving loan fund does what it says. It's revolving. So you're putting in a base amount and then you're building on that over time. And that's why I've wanted to make sure that when we leap in, if there's an opportunity to have us just be a smaller part of that and use some of the state different pockets of revolving loan funds, but specifically for Scarborough businesses. And so that's what I would look forward to.
Okay.
I'm not sure, did that answer the question? Yes, there may be
should
some.
look-
You could explain it more now.
Yeah,
but I just-
you could look on Gorham's.
Yeah.
Gedco, because they're the ones that do this today. And when we met with them maybe a
Yep.
couple years ago, that's a big part of what their Sedco does is
Okay.
administering this revolving loan fund program.
Right.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you. And the other question I had was, the $9,500 audit charge, is that like an internal financial transfer? Like did Norm's Group do the audit and then they're charging, like?
Sorry, no,
Sorry, Norm, you're.
No, no,
you're ready to answer.
it's Norm's Group doesn't do the audit, but we are using the same auditor. And so they're doing, it's separate. It's separate. And, so it's an audit of Sedco. Exclusively.
Sedco has an independent audit, because they are an independent entity.
Right.
Independent legal entity of the town. Erin had some issues with her prior auditor with health issues, and that necessitated the transition. What makes Norm happy is that having the same auditor as the town and the library,
Okay.
it takes out the uncertainty of when we're going to get their audit reports.
Yeah.
Because when you have entities other than ours preparing audits, you're limited on how much pressure you can put on them to get the information to you
Right.
in a timely manner. And what makes Norm happy is we get timely financial information, and I can file the town's audit in a timely manner on time. So, yes, it does cost us a little bit more money in the end. But when we're putting financial information out to citizens, council, financial markets timely, it benefits us in other ways, specifically bond ratings and just reputational. So it is an expense.
Yeah.
It's also an investment.
No, I thank you. That's good clarity. I was just confused on
Sure.
Yeah.
who was doing what, so.
Right.
Yes, that makes sense, and that's good. And if Norm's happy, I'm happy.
Excellent.
That's my view too.
That was, stay right there. That was kind of my only question as well. It seems like fairly simplistic financials that the cost of, and I'm comparing it to like small business, the cost of an audit for that seems like a lot for the amount actually right down to the.
Well, another driver in the cost is there's, especially the small audit firms are getting out of the government space. So we're having to move to the mid-size firms, and you know, they were previously called Markham and they merged and became CBIZ. They're a national firm now. They were primarily a New England firm. But like I said, there's limited number of firms that are in the business that would bid on the work. So
Okay.
I was gonna say, that's
the
exactly,
con.
yeah, that's exactly what happened to our previous auditor who was like $2,500.
Right, yeah.
So we were not expecting such a change, but that's essentially what happened is they are requiring the accountants to have more and more certifications. And he was close to his retirement and he just said, I'm out.
Yeah.
And I will,
The pro side to that,
Yeah.
having a larger firm is the national expertise they can draw on other offices and fill in whatever gaps they have. So we benefit from that as a client.
Okay, I'll just also echo John's sentiment. I've only been here a short time, but I've really come to rely on Karen's group's work. And to Tom's point about impact fees, when we were doing that originally to raise them on the housing impact fees, the work that Karen produced for that, I don't think we could have kind of justified the increase and the logic behind it without that work. So I think it does have great value. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't have one.
Okay, great. I don't see John. So-
Thank you, sir.
The budget.
It's good. Next up is our library.
All right. I'm Chip Schrader. I'm the library director, and thank you all for your time today. We can start off with a little bit of our department. We're at 15.5 full-time equivalent, 9 management, including myself, 8 assistants, and 8 junior staff members and substitutes. Numerous volunteers. I believe we're at 28 volunteers. Non-bargaining and same hours as last year. And we on the next slide, what we're looking at, you can see that our budget history, we're pretty consistent over the years. We had a little bit of a jump in some of our personnel and a little bit of a jump in library services, but that is offset by our revenue. We have now a full-time development coordinator, which I will explain a little bit in further slides, but that is allowing us to dig a little bit deeper into providing ebooks and a lot more programming. But as you can see, year over year, we don't jump tremendously, and have not over the last 4 years. Next, we did last year was a little bit of an experiment to identify which services benefit most from fundraising and also attracts our funders. Needless to say, it was ebooks, and e-resources, which excites all of us. Programming, which is also very exciting, and also our technology, which blends into both of those, but as well as core infrastructural needs with the library. We did, as you'll see from the budget, it shows an FTE request increase of $30,000. That is actually current. That is what we are currently using with this development coordinator. That's basically to just continue and to ink in his full-time status as one of our employees. We are taking that on as an investment from our revenues. So currently our revenues for the fiscal year are at $128,000. That is up by about $50,000 from all of last year. And we have a couple more months to do that. So with the $30,000 cost, we've already returned $20,000 on top of that. So it's he has proven to be a crucial part of our team. He was an excellent addition. And also, if you look at our part-time request, we are at only about a 2.5% increase. We knew that ahead of time, and that was part of our determinant to make this a full-time position, because the retirements for our part-time staff was going to augment quite a bit of that differential in salary. So it's sort of a washover and a reallocation of resources, but it was also an investment. It's sort of an actual, but it's a first-time request from the town. So simply complicated, as you may surmise. Next, thank you. So major changes year over year. We're looking at a 3.3% cost of living adjustment plus a 1.25 step increase. 2.8 was an old number, an old projection until the ECI report came out. We had a recent turnover that actually should negate that 0.5% discrepancy. So we're not going to ask for more for that. That has shaken out nicely in the last few weeks. The biggest headwind we're seeing right now is the 9% increase in health insurance, which we have no control over. Our new auditor is an additional $13,000. Norm already explained that, and our rate increase for our cleaning service is $8,000. So between the payroll increases, which does include Kirsten's status with us, and all of those factors that are really hard set, that alone would be a 10.2% of our budget increase. Now, what that does not tell you is that about $100,000 of our budget does come from programming. It also comes from ebooks. It also comes from our technology. Those are flat year over year between last year and this year and covered by revenue. Why we're asking for 6.5% over 10.2% is because 4% in additional revenue helped us knock down that 10% increase, another 4%. So we are sharing a little bit of our revenue to try to reduce our ask. So we are actively engaged in partnering with the town to offset and defray a lot of our expenses, but also to add value to our user services. Ebooks and e-resources like Flipster are tremendously important and tremendously sought after, and our programming is very well attended, whether it be youth services programming or adult programming, and namely those are when we allocate our greatest need revenues. The greatest need are e-resources, programming, technology. Of the $128,000 that we have raised, 90,000 of that is greatest need. So that covers e-resources, programming, technology. So that includes grants, that includes annual fund, and also local business sponsorships and corporate sponsorships. So we are looking at all angles, and we have a very optimistic look for the future for next year. So that's why we have a pretty aggressive revenue forecast for next year. Next slide, please. So yes, and if we were to stay below 6% and get to 3%, of course, the most flexible part, yet painful part of our budget are ebooks and programming. Those are the most vulnerable. It's if we trim our staff, if we retain, move our development coordinator back to half-time, that revenue goes away. It easily gets cut in half. We had a total revenue last year of about $80,000, and we're projecting for this year to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 140, and then we're hoping for another 40,000. Next year, we have some excellent leads on grants. Contract services are increasing across the board. Utilities are currently stable, so that has been an easy predictor. Our contract is up this year. We'll see what prices are for next year. But right now, that's not a discussion point. So happily for that. Next slide, please. CIP 2027, nothing is requested, and I'm going to go back to our halftime FTE. One of the things we were looking at was updating and upgrading our aging and borderline decrepit AV system. He snagged us a $25,000 Davis grant, so that is no longer going to be a CIP request. If it is, it would be for a more nominal fee to finish up if we can't get the grant to further finish that. But at the same time, what needs to be done is done, and that was to the tune of $25,000, and we're in progress of getting that completed. In 2028, we're going to look at the expansion and update of security panels, our fire security panels. If that is something we could write a grant for, we will look into that. We hope to do that. And also, our security cameras are also going to be folded into future CIP requests. I'm thinking that is something we will be able to pull from a future CIP request, because that should be pretty easily done with a grant. A fire panel, maybe not. Security cameras and expanding into our parking lot, I'm pretty sure. So we will also be less reliant on capital expenditures because of our development coordinator. And of course, the elephant in the room, we will be eventually looking at building an addition. We are committed to raise our own funds to help augment that, and we are going to very aggressively do so. We are committed to that. And we know we have a strong community behind us that will help us reach whatever goal we set forth. So our contribution goal will be forthcoming to how we will try to partner with, or how we will partner, not try to, we will partner. And with that bond. And we have had a study recently done that indicates that over the 20 years, we have about $1.7 million in deferred maintenance. So that does help build interest that, maybe we can, rather than piecemeal repairing these things, if we can just get everything onto one schedule. And schedule is an important thing, because once we solve or at least address all of these issues, we can plan how to maintain the building throughout the decades to come, so that CIP requests may be less dependent. And again, we can budget ahead of time and raise money ahead of time, and just know that in 5 years we're going to need to do this, in 10 years we're going to need to do this. So we're working on a very disciplined and prescribed approach to future budgets, as well as and this year's our leap into that direction. Next slide, please. Opportunities for further investment. Would you like me to beat a dead horse? Our insufficient footprint does hinder current and potential services demanded by the community. Everybody would love a library of things. We don't have room for it. Everybody would love more meeting room space. An unfortunately significant portion of my job is conflict management between staff, volunteers, and local groups on use of our space. It takes a lot of my time. It takes a lot of my staff's time. And I'll tell you what, it's driving me a little nuts. So, as it is everybody else involved. So it's not all about me, even though I would love it to be all about me. We have over 100,000 visitors a year. We lagged a little bit this year because of the van delivery debacle, but we only lagged by about 7,000 visitors. Previous year, I should say, this school year, we are up to from about an average of 100 students a day to about 120. So again, wouldn't it be lovely to have a reading area so that the building can multitask, where we can host everybody, so nobody has to plan their day around, well, it's going to be, bedlam at this time, or it's going to be bedlam at this time, and that's my favorite time to be at the library. We get both sides of that. So really having a space that can multitask, and serve all members of the community when they want to be at the library is going to be another crucial point with having a wing added to the library. And we are developing a funding campaign for operations for operations, as well as doing that wing. We want to make sure it's sustainable. We want to make sure that as we do this, we're not we have plenty in line to fill that with programming and so forth, and that's not an additional cost to funders once the building is built. And I can guarantee you that's the case, because we're already offering a lot of those programs, but just not as fully and not at the extent as possible. We have to limit the size of the turnout of many of our programs. So, if we could go to 100 people in the meeting room, that would shrink our movie matinee to one session per month, which can open it up to a whole other program. So it's really a net zero, and we would fundraise for whatever program that would be if it's not already prescribed in our budget. I'm already talked a little bit about our fire panel. We need to continue our lighting updates and determine a timeline for our other needs, which includes parking lot, floor drainage, entryway restoration. After a failed refinishing job, the parking lot and floor drainage as part of the deferred maintenance, entry restoration, we are going to address this year, just as part of our regular maintenance budget. Next slide, please. Okay, questions and discussions. Wow, that was fast. Oh.
Well, Chip, you always do a good job. I'm a big fan of the library. I'm probably there every week. So I truly appreciate kind of what the library brings to our community. I do avoid it after school, 100%. I always advocate for more hours, as you know, and so, because I'm like a Saturday afternoon slow person and you're not open then. So I'm hoping someday that will be part of the plan, is to extend hours and make it more available to the residents. One of the benefits that I love is the passes that you have, like the botanical gardens. And so I didn't know, do you guys still have them to the Children's Museum and other places?
Here we have, let's see, the Botanical Gardens. We have the Boston Museum of Art. We have the Maine Wildlife Passes. We have 2 or 3 others. They're escaping me a little bit right now. And that is courtesy of our Friends group, who are, so all of the book sales that people attend and all of the dues for being Friends members helps pay for that. So anybody listening at home, feel free to join our Friends group. We strongly encourage it. They're a wonderful group of people. And it's a nice time to spend, a few hours a month to help out the library. So.
Absolutely. How is ebooks a revenue maker?
So ebooks that's a great question. Ebooks is a revenue maker because it is a very easy ask when we ask for a grant. When we ask for anything that is unrestricted for greatest need, we often mention that ebooks is what we're really looking for. And we usually very quickly get either the sponsorship or small to medium-sized grants. So I believe we had a grant of up to $5,000 to help augment that. And we feel strongly that that is helpful, but also that's also part of our annual fund request, as we talk about both programming and ebooks in our annual fund request, and that has been growing year over year. About $20,000 per year. It was $40,000 a few years ago. It went to 60, went to 80, and now we're projecting about $100,000 in annual fund revenue, and that is really what helps us get a lot of these ebooks in particular, and to be paid for.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thanks. I love the library too. And I avoid it after school as well. A couple of things. You talked about a capital campaign. And do you have somebody that can run a capital campaign, or have we ever done a capital campaign?
So we have a couple people who have done a little bit of have done building projects. I have done it. My development coordinator has done some project management as well. However, we would part of our fundraising is to look for a consultant to help with the capital campaign.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And the other piece, I'm sure you do this, but just applying for grants regularly. I know my husband's the chair of the Rangeley Library Board.
Yes.
And they're always fundraising and writing a lot of grants, and have had pretty good success.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
My only question for the development coordinator, like how much are they coordinating with the business community as part of fundraising? Because we have some pretty large businesses now.
Yes.
And have had some for a while, and I'm just, they have a lot of money. Like, and that's one of the things I think we're constantly talking about is, the old days of businesses donating to their communities seem to have waned a little bit. And I'm hoping, at least for the library, right? Like that just seems like such an investment in our community and for these businesses who are, looking to hire people who are educated, well-learned, and well-read. And so I would hope that they would see the value in participating.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a wonderful question. So far, I believe every bank that has a presence in Scarborough has been solicited. And
what about pizza places? Yeah.
Yes, pizza places. The Enclave in Scarborough also sponsors the pizza for our board game night because it's an all ages group. We are also we have approached numerous local grantors. Maine Health has actually has participated in one of our initiatives, and we're hoping to raise enough money to get that across the finish line. So that is a crucial piece of the puzzle for us, and we're looking for the way to thread that needle of what their preferential funding allocations are, and seeing where we can fit into that. We are also currently working on a policy, an acknowledgement and a naming policy, so that any sort of funding that comes in, we can be consistent and we can offer them a graph of if you contribute this much, this is the recognition, this is what you're going to get in return. So we are in a new era of revenue building here, and we are very excited about that. We're also very excited about putting a lot of structures in place for it. Thank you for asking.
Chip, first of all, I think that development person sounds like a great outcome from a cost benefit. And so they would be part of the kind of pre-planning around fundraising for an expansion, do you think, as well?
Oh, absolutely. He already is a part of that. Yes. Okay. Yes. You'll see us walking on our lunch break every day, and that is what we are talking about. As we are, we are kind of plotting it out. I'm a person who's done buildings before. He has done a little bit of capital campaigning before, at least has assisted. So I'm sharing my knowledge with him, and we are generating strategy. So
okay,
yes.
That kind of led in. It seems like if you're trying to do something for 2030, that would really need to get underway pretty quickly.
Absolutely,
yes. On what I learned from the school project. So yeah, so I think that I'm glad that he or she's already involved, and it seems like that would be kind of top of mind every day, right?
Absolutely.
And I do appreciate, I think you guys have done a good job kind of listening, that the idea of an entire new site and development and everything is probably beyond the reach and palatability of it right now. So the idea of trying to do something on that property that fulfills most of the needs, I think is really smart.
Yes. Yeah. My commitment and my approach is that this building, this library belongs to the community, and it needs to fit the vision of the community, but also the budget of the community. So we're really trying to stay disciplined, and this is our library collectively, so it needs to be as ideally put together for the community as a whole. So
great, thank you.
Thank you.
All set? Okay, thanks, Chip. I understood the library pretty well. I do not understand IT, so that's up next.
Well, I always say, if you have any questions along the way, please feel free to just stop me and ask. And I'll do my best to answer or make it out. Hi, I'm Jen Day. I am the director of IT. I'm the director of IT for both the town and the school district. So that's a little different than a lot of my counterparts, because our department is cross-functional. And so are a lot of our network services and applications. And I think it's a huge cost savings to the town that we are able to sort of share all of those resources and people. Okay, so our department has 12 full-time staff people as of this year. Thank you very much. Last year, we were able to get an application specialist, which has really, really helped to take some of the burden off of the other staff. So I think people are being serviced faster. We're able to get to the help desk tickets a little faster. And I think a lot of the issues that we're seeing with some of the applications like Munis, the core productivity applications, we're able to actually take care of those problems and spin up new modules faster. Our staff services 900 employees and 3,000 students. So 3,900 individuals and users. And then we also have, the public websites for both the town and the school. So we have a lot of folks out there that we answer to and serve. We have about 16 plus miles of town fiber. It's town owned fiber. So we take care of not just the fiber, but all of the infrastructure that goes behind that. So all of the servers and the switches and the routers, et cetera. And that's actually kind of comes in at a lot of different points. So even though it's 16 miles of fiber, it doesn't sound like a lot. There's a lot of sort of endpoints that have to be maintained and serviced and, managed. We have about 16,000 devices, probably more than that. That includes everything from Chromebooks to laptops to desktops to web cameras to, in the school district, the projectors, phone systems, all of the handsets for telephones, and again, all of the back-end infrastructure pieces. We have technology in 19 physical locations. So again, all the school buildings and all of the town buildings. And then there's these sort of like outposts I think people forget about, like the harbor master and, the bus barns and all of that that all has to be serviced and maintained. We do have about 50 plus applications that we support and we administer, and those are on varying levels. In some cases, there's actually a super user who, does the actual administration of like end user passwords, et cetera, but we will also help to maintain it on the back end in terms of connectivity and access and authentication. A lot of those are cybersecurity applications, which I won't get into, but that's becoming a much bigger issue these days. I say 5,000 help desk tickets, calls, email requests for service. That doesn't probably come close to actually how many requests for service we get, because there's all those times when we're walking down the hall and somebody says, hey, you, and our folks get pulled into a meeting or into a classroom or Tom's office. So all in, we have about it went down this year because we did get another person, but each IT staff person, regardless of who you are, or where you are located, will service about 325 end users in the end. Just to compare that, industry standards in a complex environment like ours, you normally would have about one IT staff person or help desk person to service about 40 people. So it's still a big load, but the crew gets it done. So budget history, you can kind of see here, and I know Norm has put in contracted services. That's that little teeny tiny orange line there. I would actually, when I do this on my own to kind of do comparisons year over year, I actually take that whole gray area as sort of contracted services as well, because that would be your software and hardware maintenance contracts. Frequently, when you do a software contract, you're going to do it for 3 to 5 years, right? So we're really kind of in it to win it with these vendors for 3 to 5 years, depending on where we are in the contract. If it's hardware, it's usually even longer. You might have like a 10-year maintenance contract with them. So a lot of that, when you take into account salaries, contracted services, and a few other miscellaneous things, about 93% of our budget is kind of, it is what it is, right? And in past years, so back when I started here in 2011, I think, and then I left for about 3 years. So before I left, for the 3 years, we started trying to consolidate all of the software licensing costs into IT. So that's where you sort of see that grow over the years, because we started to make sure that that was consolidated under our umbrella, just so that we could accurately track the number of licenses, the number of applications that we had. And then of course we do a lot of the administering of all of that. So we wanted to make sure that we kind of knew what we had, right? Knew it was under inventory. So, I mean, our costs have remained relatively stable. There's a few places where it's gone down year over year. And usually what that represents is, for example, our virtual environment. We had VMware. VMware was purchased by a larger company called Broadcom. Broadcom kind of made a decision, it seems, that they didn't want the small to middle market. They priced us out, basically. So we were starting to hear from counterparts who were about our size that their licensing costs were going up 1,000%. So we tried to position ourselves last year to actually make the move and migrate onto something that was more manageable in terms of costs. But when we do that, we'll do sort of a capital improvement plan. And usually what happens is the first year of maintenance will be rolled into that initial purchase. So that's why you kind of see it, it'll go up and down, right? So our accomplishments over the last year, this was a big one, improved redundant power for the public safety building. In years past, in the winter, when we lost power, we found that we had a vulnerability there because we only had, I think it was like 5 hours of runtime on our UPS, or uninterruptible parallel or power source. So we wanted to get we stood up another parallel UPS that has the same capability. So in the event we lose power, and if something happens to the generator, we can run on UPS power for twice the time now, which keeps emergent services up. So basically like our radios, everything was tied into that. So now we've sort of guaranteed ourselves that, hopefully I say that now, we're not gonna have some random April storm, takes out everything. But so that was really important. And as part of that project, we actually installed another electrical panel that if we had to, we could move things over to and then kind of move things back. And that's particularly important as we're spinning new services up so that we can keep continuous power, particularly to dispatch. We deployed Windows 11 townwide. That was for everybody except the cruisers have not been done because, as you'll see in CIP, yeah, in the CapEx, we have laptops for the cruisers. So those laptops are very complex. So rather than try to take weeks of migrating over to Windows 11 and then having to do it again when we spun up the new laptops, we just held off until we get the new laptops. As I mentioned before, we initiated the migration from our current virtual environment. So we're going to a new platform. There were multiple pieces of that, including new hardware, because our hardware was hitting end of life for the old VM platform. So we had to purchase new hardware, configure it. Along with that, we did new core switches. So that was a huge project. We're still in process for that. We developed and deployed new AI guidelines. So I was starting to get concerned a couple of years ago in terms of where AI is going. I'm sure you've all heard many different things about where AI is and where it's going. And one of the things that we found was that best practice really in the school district and on the town side is to have some kind of AI guidelines, just generally to protect the town and employees. So we did a series of presentations, just talking about sort of AI, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then wrote some guidelines that were based off of guidelines from Drummond Woodsum on the school side. So both the school employees and the town employees now have AI guidelines at their fingertips, and they've signed off on them. And we replaced network infrastructure in the K2s. This was something that we had pushed off for very long time. It's sort of in anticipation of something happening with the K2s. Would we have a new building? Would we have, refurbished buildings? So we held off on it. And then, after the vote, we decided we've got to do something with some of this infrastructure. The switches and some of the routers were hitting end of life. We had to put in some new cabling and some new racking. So we did that in Blue Point, and we are still needing to do that in Eight Corners and Pleasant Hill. The challenges, we are chronically understaffed and there's a lot of competing priorities. So, as with everybody in the town, you get to a point where you think, oh, today I'm going to work on this. And then, we have a phishing attack or, conduit freezes and our fiber cracks, down at Dunstan or something. So that's always a challenge for us. Obviously, cybersecurity threat landscape, artificial intelligence is a huge vulnerability now, a huge threat. It can also help. So we're sort of trying to find where that balance is. And then, there's always ransomware, all kind of malware, phishing attacks, et cetera, et cetera. And then last year, we saw the effects of tariffs and, of course, the geopolitical environment as it is now. We're seeing huge jumps, sometimes 50% or more in costs of just raw materials. And I'm sure that part of the issue there is the transportation costs. We're seeing costs rise in labor. So when we're getting charged for the labor for installations and configurations, we're seeing that sometimes double. And I'm sure that's as a result of, COLAs on the back end for the vendors that we're working with. So that's always sort of a big question mark. The tariffs were kind of interesting last year because initially we didn't really feel the effects. It took a good 3 months. I think what happened was when they announced that the tariffs were coming, a lot of the vendors sort of stockpiled inventory and put it in warehouses. And so we were able to purchase off of that, and they worked off of that until they depleted it. Then, 3 to 6 months later, we started to see huge increases in costs, which we are still feeling now. So I'm concerned about that. We did try to increase everything 8% across the board in terms of, software and hardware. Is that enough? Question mark. Don't know. We do reach out to all of our vendors prior to putting the budget together, and we try to, get estimates on what the maintenance costs are going to be, but sometimes they'll tell us and sometimes they don't. So the major changes year over year in going through our budget line items, software and hardware, we just talked about the tariffs and the geopolitical environment. I think as fuel prices rise, in particular in oil prices, because oil goes into the making of a lot of the chassis and other things that we use, you're going to see those costs rise. As I mentioned before, we did put in 8%. It may or may not be enough. Salaries, we did have a new application specialist, which has been hugely beneficial across the board. I think Norm can probably attest to that because he does a lot of work with Norm staff too. ClearGov Online is the budget book, and that was purchased and spun up primarily to sort of facilitate public access and transparency. And I think
Still in process.
we're still in process, and I think Norm's happy. Because I think we established if Norm's happy, everybody's happy.
Theme of the day.
Yeah.
You're on to me. You're
Uh,
on to me.
Board docs, we have had board docs in place for quite a while, which I'm sure you all use to get your meetings and agendas, et cetera. Board docs kind of forced us to a migration to a different version of their online platform. With that came some data conversion, some dashboard implementation, some training, et cetera. So that was a rise in cost there. I think some of that will be ongoing costs for maintenance, and then some of that was sort of a one-time bump for training and other things. The GIS mapping, so we are migrating that to the cloud. That was a bump. And you're going to see that coming over the years as we take a lot of the applications that we have previously hosted on site, on-prem, and those are migrating to the cloud. You're going to see sort of that migration cost, and then of course they're hosting it. So I do think that eventually, you see the ROI, and having been doing IT for a very long time, for many years, the ROI is usually spread out. And by my calculations for larger applications, it usually takes around 5 years to actually see, the costs start to that seesaw kind of go in the other direction, right? Where it's actually less expensive to host in the cloud. But the other benefit, you get, there's more disaster recovery, business continuity, data recovery, better cybersecurity, better access, remote access. So there's a lot of benefits that come along with that. So GIS mapping is migrating to the cloud. We are going to be taking a look at the websites, both the websites and the intranets, and probably doing a little overhaul of the UI. And then there's some additional tools, for example, on the school side and on the town side, we're taking a look at an AI assistant. We fully vetted that, so we'll be spinning that up, but there's little additional costs to things as we spin them up. And then VMware, we talked about that, migrating that to a new platform. So our total OpEx is a net increase of 12%. Much of that is due to just unavoidable costs. It's the cost in materials, raw materials, and labor and transportation. Some of that is spinning up some new applications and moving things to the cloud. Cost drivers, we've already talked about tariffs, the geopolitical environments, migrating applications to the cloud, our new application specialist position, and then cybersecurity. You're gonna see over the years, as you have seen for the past years, an increasing amount of money that is having to be spent on cybersecurity, and you can never spend enough. I will say that. Yeah. So the CapEx request is for the patrol cruisers. Those laptops have hit end of life. They need to be replaced. They are a very different kind of laptop because they have to be ruggedized, and they have a lot of different ports and amenities on them that other laptops don't have. So that's why that costs a little higher than just going out and buying a laptop at Best Buy, because I get that question a lot. Can't you just go to Walmart and buy a laptop? No, you can't for the cruisers now. So coming up, we are going to have to replace our telecom system townwide, school and town. It's hitting end of life. You can see we've already hit end of design support, which means they're not going to be rolling out any new features or functionality. At 12/28, they'll end hardware repairs, and then 12/29 is the end, like dead in the water. So this is a process. I went through it when I first came on board way back in 2011. We're gonna have to put out an RFP, but it takes a while. We're starting the process now. So I've already met with my staff to gather technical functional requirements. We'll be putting together teams throughout the town and school district to gather other functional requirements. And then we'll put together, I've already started on the RFP. The RFP will have to be issued. So we're starting on it now because it's probably a 2-year process from start to finish of getting the RFP out, choosing a vendor, vetting a vendor, negotiating a contract, and then starting the full-on implementation. And then cybersecurity. I mean, I can't tell you at this point what we're gonna need, but we are always, the cybersecurity criminals are always finding new ways to penetrate networks, and we are always having to try to find new ways to thwart them. Did I beat Chip?
Always.
Questions?
I don't have questions, but I know like at my company right now, AI and cybersecurity are huge and really big investments. So at some point, it might be nice for the council to get some sort of overview into our terms of our cybersecurity posture and where we are. I don't think that would be a public meeting. I think that would probably be behind closed doors, but just knowing all the data we have for our students, our residents, like making sure that that stuff is as secure as it can be, and just understanding it, I think would be something that perhaps, Larry, you could bring up with council leadership for a future meeting, or not urgent, but something to potentially get the council more understanding of, because I think you're right. I think it's getting a lot more sophisticated, and that could require some real emergency type investments that you may need in the future. And I think we just have to be prepared as a town when that need arises.
Yeah, and just to shout out to the IT team, our folks are super dedicated to their jobs. And we have situations pop up all the time, but we had a situation that popped up a couple of weeks ago where we had a phishing attack. We had 4 people click on a link on an email and then hand out their authentication credentials. And we had, several of our net ops folks online until like 2 a.m., trying to fix this. So we do have people who are monitoring and managing and, trying to mitigate the threat. It's ongoing all the time. You can never have too many systems, but there's always, I always, in the presentations that I give around town in the school district, I always say to people up front, you're our biggest vulnerability. Yeah. The people, right? If you click on something, there's not much we can do about it by the time it's gotten to that point. So
I think, John, to follow up, we said, I think that is a difficult funding plan, because you don't quite know what's coming down the pike and the severity of it. So I do think that would be worthwhile to have some type of visibility kind of, and without and maybe the ability, like you say, almost like a reaction funding kind of thing, because the normal municipal process might be challenging from a speed of response standpoint for changes and infrastructure changes and all, so.
Or needing to respond to a ransom demand that.
Yeah, right. That one.
No, I was gonna bring
Just
that-
fundraise like the library.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good point. Mike, I had a question. It was, I guess I'd call it contingency funding, because I worked at a large organization that did have a cyber attack, and it was a nightmare. I mean, it was handled well, and we had a great, all the precautions, and we spent months trying to unravel that. So do we have contingency funding if something like that happens? So that was one question. My other question was, what is the sort of shelf life of a laptop at this point?
So it depends. On the school side, we tend to cycle Chromebooks out every 5 years because they are beat on. I mean, by the time there were some that I saw that like literally the whole screen was disconnected from the body and it was just hanging on by cords, you know, so we do try to get those cycled in and out. Regular laptops, again, you know, maybe 5 years, because it's not so much on the town side that people beat on their laptops, although some people do. But,
Yeah.
they become obsolete.
Yeah.
Right, so as we're trying to apply changes, or we're trying to apply security patches or a new operating system, or it just doesn't have, you know, the power or the RAM or the memory to actually take it. So we stretch them as long as we possibly can. And we usually the desktops are 10 years. So, yeah. And the laptops are kind of as needed.
Jen, I wanted to ask about you mentioned Eight Corners in Pleasant Hill for changing out, updating their switches and all, right? And how does that work as those schools get renovated? Will all of that be able to that investment would be able to carry over? It sounds like you're right in kind of the same time frame as when the schools might be in that transition process. Would most of that be able to move over to the new facilities?
Yeah, that's a great question. All of that we can take that out and reinstall it. Yeah, and because we did the switches, racks, but also the wireless access points. So we made sure, you know, that we can just pull those out or recable them, you know, redeploy them where they need to be redeployed. Yeah.
Great.
One of the reasons why at some point we do need to go back in and pull out way last time, 2012, I think was when we actually had the last telecom system installed. And when we were doing that, some of the conduits in the walls were so full, they couldn't pull fiber through them. And they said, well, do you want us to just pull it? And I said, we need to like test, you know, where all of those are connected. Because sometimes it could be like a fire alarm or a fax machine or, you know, a security system or something. So we left all that in there, but at some point we're going to have to, if we're keeping those buildings, we are going to have to go back in and probably strip out all of the dead fiber and dead wires and then, you know, make room for new stuff. I mean, there's like some Cat 3 in there and we were installing Cat 6.
And then I will say you mentioned the board docs as an example of upgrading the software and all. I will say I've heard great feedback on that change. I know that was maybe forced upon us by the manufacturer, but I've heard good things on that, on the updated capabilities of that. And when you were talking about migrating to the cloud, are you in favor of that in the long term, or is it the software companies are kind of forcing it?
It's both.
Okay.
It's both. We are seeing some software companies that just don't want to deal with on-prem, because when there's a large application that's hosted on-prem, that means they usually end up having to send people out to have to service that, you know, and we're having to then maintain that hardware, right? So we have to maintain the hardware, we have to configure it, we have to do all of the operating system upgrades to it, any of the new releases or security patches we usually end up doing, or they have to try to dial in and do it. So we're seeing a lot of companies seeing for them a cost benefit of not having that on-prem. For us, you can see the cost benefit because we don't have to maintain, you know, all of that. We don't have to have space. You know, our racks are, I don't want to say they've shrunk, but they're configured differently now, right? So there's a lot of sort of virtual, like
Okay, right,
VMware
yeah.
stuff, right? And a lot of security. We have different applications that the security runs through here before it goes out and authenticates. So kind of like different appliances. So I'm in favor of it just because, as I mentioned, I think it helps with disaster recovery, business continuity. It helps with security. And in particular, what we're finding with a lot of applications is just the data is mushroom clouding, right? It's growing exponentially all the time. It's storing more data, it's using more data. So it's almost physically impossible to like actually store all of that, house that here. So it's better if you can go out to, you know, AWS GovCloud and you can spin up a server like this. Oh, I need more space. And they give you a couple of terabyte, you know, that saves a lot of money and a lot of time and creates a lot of efficiencies.
Okay, great. That's all I've got. Anybody else? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
She sent it earlier.
So welcome back.
Nice to
We're
see you, Larry.
here safe, I hope enough time here for the schools, and we're shooting go 45 minutes or so, and then be able to have some public comment at the end for the day. So just to give you that. And I will say that if you weren't here in the beginning, I did make a little comment that we understand what we're asking. We know it's aggressive, and looking forward to working collaboratively, particularly with the schools, because it's a big ask on trying to come to some collaborative solutions and figure a way forward where we get to what we're aiming for.
So, great. Well, we appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning and talk with you in more detail about our budget proposal. And similarly to what Larry just said, I'd like to acknowledge that context that we are working within. We certainly understand and appreciate that there's an ask and a need to identify additional savings, and we will be approaching that conversation with that responsibility very much in mind. What we're hoping to convey this morning is that the proposal that was made by the leadership team is the result of a deliberate, disciplined, and highly collaborative process. It did not begin with new initiatives, but with a really careful examination of how to sustain current services for our students in the most efficient way possible. As a result, when you heard my presentation, it seems like a few weeks back now, my short 3-minute presentation or so, you heard that the budget already included about $800,000 in direct cuts and more than $500,000 in savings from reallocations and turnover, with a net new investment ask of under 1%, which reflects a very restrained approach, especially when considering the high percentage of increases in utility and insurance costs, and the fact that we're working under several mandates. We also want to make sure before we dig in with you this morning that we just note that the primary cost drivers in this budget aren't discretionary. They're really tied into legal requirements and documented student needs, particularly as it relates to intervention supports and special education. And at the same time, we also want to point out that we already operate very leanly in several areas such as administration, transportation, and facilities as compared to other districts in our region, which limits the places that we can look for reductions to occur without having direct impact to students. And so that said, before we dig in, we just want to be really clear that additional reductions of the magnitude that we're being asked will require very careful consideration on our part as it relates to the impact on program services and ultimately our students. So you can see here that, our purpose this morning is to provide time for you to learn more about a proposal. Beyond our time this morning, our next steps prior to second reading are going to be to re-engage our leadership council team and review the budget priorities based on the council's updated recommendation to us. And we will also closely engage the board finance committee in that ongoing review and recommendation of areas of potential cut. I'm not going to go over this in detail, but I think it's always really important for us to begin with our mission statement and why we exist as a school district. And that we do have a responsibility to each and every student in our district. And so, again, I've probably overbuilt some of these slides, but I did that with intentionality so that if there's information that you want to go back and look at after this, you have the opportunity to do so. You also saw this at my recent presentation in terms of how this particular proposal aligns with our goals. The board has set as one of their goals this year, really making sure that we are making sustained investments in instructional development across all content areas, student support systems, including social emotional learning, and really with intentionality to make sure that we are creating equitable opportunities for all of our students. That is paramount in everything that we do. The budget process begins with what we call the level services budget. That represents the funding needed to provide the same kinds of services and supports that we currently have in place. This also includes a really close review of staffing and reallocations wherever possible. And so that's really important to note because we're not just carrying over last year's budget and adding a certain percentage. We're digging in and saying, okay, these are the kinds of services that we're providing. What is it going to cost for us to provide those same services? But then also applying that lens of where's the room to move some things around? Where's the room for savings? And in the next slide, you'll see that, you know, that includes looking at what we call our reduced level services budget. That is the place in which, as you heard me point out earlier, that we found $800,000 in savings by meeting with each department head and each school leader and going line by line in the budget. You know, earlier this morning, I heard somebody say, when you look across all the lines, oh, the savings here is this small and the savings here is only this big. But collectively, that adds up to a lot of money. And so that was part of our process in doing this work. In doing so, we were able to, you know, shave off $800,000 just on line items. And then we were also able to redeploy staff to better align with needs. You saw this as well at my recent presentation. We're being very deliberate and mindful about any new proposals. And so the first batch of proposals are specific to special education. The second batch is related to class size, specifically to chorus and to GATES programming. We have tried to protect ourselves to the extent that we can to loss of grant funding as it relates to staffing. And so moving staffing out of grant funding and bulking up grant funding with materials so that if there was a change at the federal level in funding that we would receive unexpectedly, that wouldn't come at a cost of loss of services to our students, because we don't have discretionary accounts or extra money available to try to, you know, make up for that after the fact, if you will. And then finally, you've heard us talk in celebratory terms about our pre-K program expansion. We're super excited about that. It's generated an enormous amount of interest in the community. And it's very rare, as I said to you a few weeks ago, that you can move forward an initiative that actually adds monetary value to our budget. And yet we find ourselves in this position. And so that is a wonderful place to be in as it relates to pre-K. So the outcome of this work is really a proposal that addresses the legal and statutory needs of our district. It allows us to capitalize on prior investments, maintain the same level of services for students, while also acknowledging the capacity to provide for those resources that are deemed necessary versus nice to have. So included in the first reading proposal was again, we talked about the over $800,000 in cuts that we made through line items. The proposed new investments in the amount of about 1.1 million represents 1.5% of our overall request. But then we were able to reallocate over $500,000. And so really the net ask is in the magnitude of $617,000, and that represents less than 1% of our total budget. So we've worked really diligently to try to be conservative. Again, not going to talk a lot about these slides. You saw these in the recent presentation, but that just as resources to you to have, or to folks who are tuning in. You know, the story here is that our funding as it relates to general purpose aid from the state is flat this year. Had we not had a pre-K initiative, you know, actually, let me correct myself. Our GPA this year is increased by $700,000 because of pre-K. Had we not moved forward with the pre-K initiative, we would have been basically at flat funding with just $11,000 more in GPA than last year. And so that was really a no-brainer decision for us. And so you can see that we are expected to receive about the same allocation. And then if you look at the second slide on the right, that just shows how our allocations have changed over time. There would not have been a bar for this year had we not decided to go ahead and move forward with pre-K. I will also just add that real quickly, if you've been following the changes in general purpose aid formula and the APS formula that have just gone through, That does not tell a good story for Scarborough. Scarborough is actually the biggest loser in the state in terms of funding. We did testify at public hearing about that. We have, written into several representatives and senators about that. We feel like the formula that's being applied is inequitable because in Scarborough, as an example, 76% of our residents don't have school-age children, and yet the formula is basing its poverty level on free and reduced lunch. And so they're making a really great overgeneralization by saying what happens to 24% of our community members must happen to the other 76%. And so that was really our biggest beef with that. The good news, if there is any good news, is that they did choose to amend the original request and institute a hold harmless provision as we had requested for the next 3 years. And so we're not going to see a big cliff for 3 years. And then for the following 3 years, that will slowly get smaller over time. But it's certainly not something for us to celebrate because it just says to us that as a community, we need to be prepared that if we're looking for the state to fund opportunities and education for our students, that is going to be very difficult to find. Overview of the budget. Again, Scarborough is really in the middle of the pack as it relates to per pupil expenditures in our region. That's been pretty consistent for us. As I said in my opening this morning, one of the things that we take really great pride in is that we are the lowest in the 11 districts that are in our region in school and system administration, also in transportation and facilities. We are higher in spending in direct student instruction and in special education. In my mind, that's where we should be spending our dollars. If there are dollars to be spent, they should be spent in terms of those items that have the most direct impact on students' success and their ability to learn and be leaving us as successful citizens ready to take charge of the world in the future, hopefully. Facilities, transportation, technology. I'm not going to talk about those in great detail, but just as some points of information for you. In facilities, as an example, because we belong to an energy consortium, just this year alone, we were able to save $80,000 through that those renewable credits. Since we have joined that co-op, we have saved over time $280,000. And so, we've achieved the greatest amount of savings this year. Our facilities department manages 10 different structures and 700,000 square feet. We have 4 members of our facilities department, and they balance repairs with, we are also balancing, current repairs with upcoming referendum projects, right? And so facilities director and Kate and I sat real closely together to crosswalk what were the components that were in the approved school referendum, what were the things in CIP, how could we pull back anything that was being addressed. And so, this year our total capital improvements request is much lower than you have seen in the past, because again, we want to make sure that there's no duplication of efforts there. In terms of transportation, a real focus on safety. I'm sure that you've heard a lot about that in the state this year. Scarborough has already taken steps. We have extended cross arms on every bus already. I know the state just approved a statute to fund those. And then the other piece that has come up because of, some really tragic events that have happened in the state is discussion about anti-pinch sensors on the doors themselves and dash cameras to increase the visibility. And so our 3 newest buses have those built in. As we purchase buses moving forward, we will make sure that those are the case. And it is my understanding that the new legislation will help us to be able to put those on our other existing buses at this time. In addition to that, we are also committed to increasing both in-school and on-bus safety training for students. You know, I think traditionally school districts have done most of that bus safety training between bus drivers and students on bus routes. But we also know that many of our students may not take the bus on a day-to-day basis, but you know, do use transportation for school events and so on and so forth. And so we feel really strongly about our commitment to ensuring that all students have the same education and information. Finally, in technology, I know that you just heard our amazing IT director talk about what's happening in technology. Did want to point out that we are leveraging state funding through MLTI to replace devices for 6th grade. And so again, that's, you know, not at a cost to the town. We are also replacing carts for laptops at Wentworth this year, making some network switch upgrades and migrating our virtual environment. Curriculum and instruction. We're really excited to let you know, if you're not aware, that all of our 2nd graders this year have had world language instruction, which has been a request from members of our community for a very long period of time. And we were able to do that by reallocating some staff this year that was existing. And so that has been no new cost. We're really excited about that. Our 2nd graders have really enjoyed that. I know our board has heard our principals talk about that in their monthly presentations. We're also really excited that our students are performing at a much higher level on main state assessments than the statewide percentages. And if we're going to be perfectly honest, that is really due in large part to our attention to curriculum, our thoughtful design and professional development that we provide for our teachers. Those things help us to push our students forward at a greater rate, perhaps, than other communities might be able to. We've also been really deliberate about planning professional development with savings in mind. This year, for example, we have really blown up the partnerships that we have with the Greater Sebago Alliance districts. There are 12 districts that we really work together to achieve savings. And we had an amazing October in-service to meet specialist PD needs. As you can imagine, we have a lot of folks that are well beyond classroom teachers. So if you're an OT, a PT, a social worker, a school counselor, you don't necessarily have the same critical mass of colleagues within Scarborough Public Schools. And so in the old days, we would farm out all of that and send people to, you know, regional or state conferences and so on. And that would come at a high cost. And what we've done is we've partnered with our partner districts to say, how do we put that together so that collectively we have that critical mass of people and we can provide that training and instruction for them at a much lower cost. And so that's something to celebrate. Our March in service this year that we had here in district utilized the majority of presenters in those 50 presentations that happened. The majority of our presenters were our actual practitioners, school staff who are experts in the work that they do, and really elevating them, acknowledging them for what they bring to the table, and then having them work with their peers. And then I think the other thing that we're really working hard to do from a financial standpoint is really being thoughtful about curriculum review, doing careful data analysis to help us know where we need to make instructional shifts, provide more professional development, and update curriculum. And so you can see our goals and priorities in curriculum for the coming year. We'd like to begin looking at science and technology as a review area. That's been a longstanding need. We are advocating for the adoption of a new math curriculum. You probably recall from my conversation a couple of weeks ago that our current program is not just outdated, it is not aligned to current standards, it is not aligned to the assessments that our students are taking. And so we really want to take a look at that. You know, since getting updated information from you all last week, We are going back to our vendor to see what would be the increased cost if we split this over 2 years. Because as you can imagine, you do get a better price point when you are instituting things at 1 year, but we're looking at the possibility of what that would cost if we extended that implementation over 2 years. And then the other, thing that I wanted to let you know about in this first reading was that we had already made a decision to do some position realignments in our area of curriculum. We had 2 K-12 curriculum specialists built into the budget, and we have shifted that to removing those 2 folks and just adding an assistant director of curriculum. And that would actually be a cost savings of about $50,000. And we feel like that individual could provide a similar level of support for staff while having the ability to make more administrative type decisions than somebody who is like a middle level manager. You've heard me talk a lot about the things that are mandated and that we have to do. We are very unique in that way, I think, amongst all town departments. MTSS, which is multi-tiered systems of supports and interventions, is a piece of the required general education services that we have to provide. I will say, when I started in education over 30 years ago, if there was a student who seemed to be discrepant in their skills, you started with a special ed referral. And that was not necessarily, I will say from firsthand experience, the best move to make, because I think in many cases we can make great inroads with students by having really focused and directed short-term supports for students. And so, luckily over time that has shifted, and that is a mandate. And so again, you can take a look at our data from this year to date. We have 652 students in our district who we have written plans for, MTSS plans for, and that we have school teams working with. And those needs run the whole gamut from, academics like ELA, math and writing, to self-regulation, school readiness, study skills, social work and counseling, chronic absenteeism, et cetera. So our job is to take kids who come to us, however they come, and then figure out what we need to do to help them to move forward. And I think our staff does a stand-up job at doing that. You also have heard us talk over and over about the special services needs in our district. And so if you take a look at this, you'll see that we currently have just over 17% of our students identified as special education students. We have almost 12% of our students with 504 plans, which are accommodation plans, not special pull-out instruction. Our MLL population is pretty stable at 3%. And then we have a very small homeless population that we have to be able to plan for as well. Our narrative around students' readiness as they come to kindergarten continues to be very consistent. Currently, over 50 students are projected to enter kindergarten again this year with IEPs in place. Through CDS, there are another also 14 students who are in referral at the present time. And there could be many more students who get in that referral process between now and September 1st. And so we don't get to make decisions about whether or not we service those students. Those are all legal requirements, and our students deserve to have the intervention and support that they need. So again, not going to go into too many details about this next set of slides, but just making sure that you have those as more information if those are areas of interest for you. So top priorities for special services this year, as you heard in our ask, compliance with IEP services for incoming kindergarten students. I listed the data there for you so that you could have that specific information. And specifically, 2 areas within that are compliance with speech service and also occupational service needs.
our K-2 primary schools, again, this whole next set of slides about our 4 phases is kind of to help you have a better picture in your mind about what happens at each of our phase levels and what the needs are. And so, you know, for example, starting right at K2, we have many different home languages that are spoken for students. And I think that might be somewhat surprising to folks because you don't necessarily see that when you drive around Scarborough, right? The average person might not get that picture. I also wanted to share with you, right? Like if you take a look at those IEP plans, about 27%, even though our district average is 17, 27% is our average at K2. And so some of that is, you know, could be attributed to, for example, lots of students get identified with speech and language needs, and those kids fall off over time. But we also are really paying really close attention because this is a trend now that we've seen over the past 3 cycles. And so, you know, it is concerning that over time that may pop up over to other phase levels because there's just a growing need. But again, we're still getting really great results. 81% of our students are above grade level, at or above grade level in reading, and almost 75% in math. Again, we attribute those things specifically to the investments that we've made here in Scarborough. Those are not by accident. And so you can see the goals and priorities for the primary schools. At Wentworth School, again, similar story. We're outperforming state averages by a very significant margin. You've heard in the past couple of years that we've instituted a social emotional learning curriculum across all phases, and that is beginning to pay benefits. We're seeing in our panorama survey where we're kind of dipsticking and taking a look at what student skills look like. We're showing that students are developing more strengths overall. Specifically at Wentworth, that was in supportive relationships and self-management. Our learning commons, again, just like you heard Chip talking about the community library, our learning commons in each of our schools are really a hub for students. A lot of excitement generated about learning or things that kids are individually interested in. At Wentworth, we also have really robust co-curricular clubs after school. 38 sessions were planned for this year with over 700 students. You know, you may have heard Kelly Crosby, our principal, before talk about the desire to create enough sessions so that logistically every student could sign up for at least one session that they'd be interested in. And so that is allowing an expansion of kids to further their specific interests. And we know that our students have very diverse interests across the district. And we also really value the strong community partnerships that we have at all of our schools. That was a highlight that Kelly had for her school specifically. For Scarborough Middle School, again, there's the data on how we're outperforming the state, something we're super excited about. You know, one difference here is our students are assessed in science in 8th grade, and our students, 76% of them are performing at or above state expectations versus 47% across the state. So, you know, that is really because of the robust science experiences that our students have gotten across all phases. Similarly, on the social emotional learning survey that we did this winter, our students are showing strengths in the same things as Wentworth in supportive relationships and self-management. We have a robust number of students participating in clubs and activities. You've heard us speak about chorus specifically, a 200% increase since 2024. Amazing. If anyone was able to attend the all district concert, you know, just to see Mr. LeBerge be able to, you know, organize 125 plus students on one set of risers for the same purpose is pretty impressive. more like herding cats, but man, he makes it look easy. Reference here to ISEL curriculum. And then again, we continue to look for areas to get outside grants. In the middle school for 2 years in a row now have gotten climate education grants. Last year they got a grant called the Molly Grant that was in the tune of about $42,000. This year we've received a climate education grant in the amount of $29,000, which is earmarked for professional development and the building of resources and curriculum for outdoor learning units. That's becoming a really big area of interest among students at the middle school. And then finally at Scarborough High School, so much to celebrate. Last year, we administered over 700 AP exams with the average score of 3.6. As you may not be aware, a student has to have a score of 3 or better to be able to attain college credit. And so that's all to say that our students are prepared. And the curriculum that they're getting in their AP classes are showing that they've demonstrated competency in those courses. We also were really fortunate to have earned the gold distinction in January. That should say January 26th. I'm sorry about that. In January of 2026 for our overall AP strength, one of only 1,200 schools across the entire United States and Canada. At the same time, we got what's called the AP Access Award, where we got called out for the high number of low income and underrepresented students who have AP opportunities here. I think sometimes it's seen that minority students don't have the same equitable access to AP courses, and we're really excited to celebrate that that's not the case in Scarborough. And so last year we had 78 students who took over 100 college classes through local university and college partnerships. That's not just college credits, that's money in the bank for them because that's allowing them to graduate early in some cases or to take courses that they're more interested in than core course requirements that they might have. And then through really robust partnerships that we have through our 2 CTE programs, through the Maine Community College System, 23 students last year graduated with 88 industry certifications and dual enrollment credits. That's huge. That says that when kids are leaving Scarborough High School, that they're really well prepared. As we move ahead next year, the high school has really spent a lot of time this year focusing on their NEASC reaccreditation every 10 years. Our high school has to go through a very strict reaccreditation process where outsiders come in and help us to identify priority areas based on national standards. And so that really is the work that they have been doing and that they will continue to do so that they can show that those areas of identification that were outlined are addressed before their next visit in 2028. Finally, athletics and activities are a huge part of what we say it takes to have a well-rounded student. And so at Scarborough Middle School, we have over 12 competitive athletic teams across 3 seasons. We also have 10 clubs and activities that are really aimed to offer diverse offerings to students. And those are listed here for your information. Similarly, at the high school, we have 26 athletic teams and 25 clubs and activities. And, you know, we're very proud that when you take a look at that list, our goal is to create opportunities that excite every student, regardless of their background and area of interest. And we are really fortunate that we've been able to do that. And we wouldn't be able to do that without the really robust booster support that we have in this community. We have over 30 booster groups across our district. And, you know, those parents and community members are completely dedicated to making sure that our students have what they need to be able to support our athletic and student activities program. Certainly, we couldn't have the programs that we have without those booster groups. And they do a lot in the way of fundraising, and trying to level the playing field for those students who might not, have the personal resources to be able to participate. So we're very thankful for them. So that is our high level overview. And like I said, I really wanted to kind of take you for a walk through our district to give you an idea of where we are, what we're about, and what we've been able to accomplish because of the robust support that we've received from the community. And, it goes without saying, as I started with, that we have some very difficult choices ahead. And certainly, if we're going to be perfectly honest, those choices will impact the things that you heard me talk about in terms of our students' experience.
Okay. I will point out that the schools board finance committee is also meeting in parallel with us. And I'm not quite sure on the process of kind of their work before or exactly in parallel with what we're trying to discern. So I'm expecting we'd get some input from them as well as we move forward, right?
Is that a
Yeah.
joint meeting or?
It may be.
Yeah, I think that they've been meeting already. I think right now, from my understanding, is that the work is really, Diane's being really intentional, Diane and Ray and her whole team really is being really intentional into how they look at this achievement of the 2% goal that's in front of us. So the finance committee will continue to meet through the process, but right now it's with Diane and Ray and the leadership team.
Right. Right. So we're really looking to our leadership team to help us make some of these difficult decisions. They're the practitioners, they're doing the work on a day-to-day basis. And it really is with the lens of trying to be mindful about how to make some really difficult choices without making a grave impact on that student experience, right? We are very student-centered, and that is a priority for us and not something that we want to deviate from. But certainly, we work really hard to make something out of nothing. But I don't know that we can work enough magic with what the ask is here to say that there's not going to be a palatable impact.
So this again, my first year. So John and Karen may be able to give me some insight on this, but is our job a little bit to wait on the board's next steps kind of through the board's finance committee, and then we would react to that more than trying to get ahead of that at all, right?
So I would expect, as we have our joint meetings, or as we have our finance meetings going forward, April 30th and the May one, that usually what Tom and Kate, I think, partner on is a joint view of any changes that either the school side and the town side have made. And so I would expect come that first meeting, you will see some of that work come forward, probably not all of it, but that would be kind of the continued process where I view it, it's really the school's responsibility to work and make those choices and to let us know really all the council owns is that top number at the end.
Exactly.
And so how they get to that top number, I think, is really within their jurisdiction because they know they're the experts. But one question I would like to answer, and I don't know, Diane, if you have anything to share yet, because I know the Leadership Council, it sounds like, is working through it, but when you're talking about where you anticipate that there could be some direct impact, are there things that have already kind of risen to the top or things that you're thinking about that would likely be where we would see some of these changes potentially, or is it still a little too soon in the process?
Again, like we haven't physically met as a team, right? We got this notification on Thursday afternoon respectfully, and today is Monday morning. And I'm here. And so we're going to be meeting tomorrow. Certainly, I think that at this point in time, there's nothing that's off the table, if you will, right? But because we are such low spenders in some of those areas that are less student focused, I think it's going to be hard to stay away from that. Certainly, for example, this year, we passed a class size policy, right? And so we will certainly be taking a close look at that to see what do anticipated class sizes look like for next year. Are there opportunities for savings there while still staying within the ranges that the board approved? Certainly, I think those are hard decisions because when you are an organization that is over 81% staff driven, it's hard to make those changes without having direct staff impacts and losing some staff. So, we don't see that as being unavoidable at this point because we don't have, the luxury of just not hiring people because of attrition, because we have so many people with so many different areas of expertise, that just because someone in one department might be retiring, it doesn't mean that you don't need someone to provide a legally mandated service to students. Like, for example, if we had a speech therapist who was retiring, we might say, hooray, there's one salary that we can put in the plus column here as we start. But then the reality is you see how many kids need speech services. We do have to hire a new one of those persons, right? And so it's a very complex issue. And we want to be very mindful that we're making decisions that aren't going to start to decimate this organization. That's my real fear, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, because if you read the tea leaves, the future here is not showing us getting any more funding than what we currently have.
And to add on to that, just to give you a preview, there is if you've been following the legislature this year, there is a statewide ban on cell phones that has been approved, and it is partially funded. Now that we can kind of understand where that's headed, we have 90 days to turn around a plan. And that is a ban on cell phones, and that is a ban on personal devices that link to the internet. So computers, tablets, watches, all the things. So that is going to involve an additional expenditure as well.
Yeah, so that will be an add to the budget between
Correct.
first and second reading, quite honestly.
Correct.
Which is not helping us. to move
As we
forward
look at
here.
this, yes. So you have to, there's some statewide requirements we also have to meet outside of the special education.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, thank you for that. I have two children who had a great experience in the Scarborough schools K through 12. I was very proud they were publicly educated. And I know how challenging it can be after volunteering for, I think, 17 years and going back to my desk job and saying, thank God I only do that 2 hours a week. But a couple of things, I think this is kind of for all of us. I just think that the state is out of control on unfunded mandates. And in a lot of ways. So I think that it's certainly something I've learned in 5 months sitting in the seat, that it's very frustrating that these items come at us and we don't have a lot of control over them. So that's kind of an aside. A question I have around special ed. I have a lot of people that have said this to me for years, and I just ran into another gentleman, a doctor who just moved to town, and he said, my daughter moved here because my grandchildren need special services, and like the rumor is this is a place to go. And that says a lot about our staff and certainly what we're offering. And on the flip side of that, they could have gone to a number of communities and that have excellent school systems, and they targeted us. And I just kind of wonder, like, in some ways, I don't know how to say this correctly, I guess, but kind of like what's mandated and required. And then, are we offering exceptional or additional, or, what are we doing that, I guess, triggers people to come here specifically for that? And talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, that's a really great question, Michelle. And, I would concur with you that I've heard the same thing. I think that there is a lot of truth to that. What I will say is, right, like when people are thinking about what community they want to raise their kids in, they're really thinking about all of those things, right? Like, where do you see your kids having the best experience? And, my answer to your question is really about the caliber of staff and the amount of professional development that we're able to offer and the experts that are at the table, right? I don't know that it's necessarily like, oh, we have a Cadillac versus, some other kind of vehicle. I think it's the way in which our programs are led and managed, right? We have some really incredible staff. I think that our overall community environment and our school cultures contribute to those kids being recognized. I think one thing I'm extremely proud of in Scarborough Public Schools is that we have had like a real laser focused on equity and inclusion in this district to a very visible extent, to a much higher degree than other districts, right? And so if you were a student, a parent of a student who had special needs, one of the things that you would want to look for is, where's a community that is going to envelop their arms around my child and help them feel as important as any other student in the district? And that is something that I really feel very passionate about.
And I think too, in general, Scarborough is a high performing district when you look across the state. And so whatever services you might be in need of or might not even need, right? This is a desirable school district as you're raising kids, right? And so it is, it's something to be proud of for sure, for all of us to be proud of, right? And at the same time, it does come with, that people are actively looking to bring their children here.
I guess another question I have, and this is more going to the school funding formula, which I agree that was very disappointing, and thank you for advocating for us. I guess when you look at those numbers, and maybe this is a question for Tom as well. When you look at, like Cape or Falmouth or Kennebunk and York and different, are their ratios much different? Do we have one of the oldest, like say 55 and older communities in the state, or it just feels like Maine's the oldest state in the country. And if you look at healthcare costs and, risk pools, we pay a price for that. But I'm just curious how we ended up being at the top of that list.
Yeah, Falmouth is right behind us.
Yeah.
I will let you know, I think they're receiving, like, their cut is like $5,000 less than us, so, they were a close second. And, yeah, I'll let Tommy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, as I understand this new formula, it really is driven by the percentage of our community that has free and reduced lunch, and that is not, we would argue, is a good barometer of kind of ability to pay and other needs in the community. So I think it's flawed fundamentally in that regard. So I really can't answer beyond that, Michelle.
It just seems weird. I was a chair of the Good Shepherd Food Bank Board. I was on that board for 9 years. So we studied, every community and looked at food insecurity. And we were almost were number one in the country, but California beat us by like 12 hours to get free lunch and breakfast pass for all students, which we were very proud of. And so when I look at those numbers, I mean, Scarborough was double digits and like Cape was 2.3 and Falmouth was 5.4. Like I had them memorized. So when I take a look at that correlation, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, well, the overall formula isn't only based on economically disadvantaged. It also still takes into account property valuation, right? So it's a mixed methods formula.
And student population, right?
Yeah, your enrollment definitely
Yeah,
depends on it.
enrollment.
I think the anomaly, if you'll for me, is that the assumption is that if you own a home that has a high amount of value, that doesn't translate to economic wealth in your bank account, right? And so, correct. So you could have a home that is worth an exorbitant amount of money, but you might not have the money in your savings account or your checking account to pay your bills, your medications, your groceries, your property taxes, right? And so that is one of the anomalies. And then the other piece is the economically disadvantaged student piece that doesn't take into account our population that doesn't afford it. They are voting, I think it's tomorrow on this. I was actually watching the meeting from the education committee this weekend. I haven't finished it, but it looks like there's a lot of outstanding questions. The cost of the hold harmless is a lot greater than what they anticipated. And that is a cost to the entire state. And so I don't know where this will go. We're gonna have to keep an eye on it this week.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality is, right, like there are 270 districts in the state and only 34 districts are losing funds.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw
And
that.
so, you know, there's not a lot of empathy for the
For us,
34
yeah.
loss.
I think your point, Michelle, is exactly the problem, right? Because you're measuring through Good Shepherd, you're measuring the true need in a community, which is not being captured by only surveying students that are enrolled in public school in that community, right?
Well, the whole coast is sort of land and property rich and.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly,
Income
exactly.
does not keep pace.
And the vote you were talking about, is that to get out of committee or it's already out of committee and this is for the actual?
It was at a committee. The committee did meet last week because
It went back.
they went back and re-met because the price of the hold harmless, the cost associated with that was much higher than what they anticipated. So because when you hold harmless, right, what you're doing is, just to take a step back, is you're saying that districts like Scarborough that will be losing funds will not lose them for the first 3 years. And then after that, it will taper down. So 50%, 25%, and then the 6th year would be the full hit. What's happening is even though we aren't going to see a loss, the other districts that are going to get more money are still going to get their more money, right? So somebody has to pay that
They
bill.
wanted to use our money to
To pay
these
the
other
bill.
people.
But there is a chance it may not get a vote this session, right?
There is a chance. There is some
I think it's
concern.
unlikely.
It's unlikely, but there is a chance.
There's too many winners.
Yeah, and quite significant winners, right? And so those, I would imagine, those officials would be voting for their communities versus those of us that are
I just have
losing.
one more question about the math curriculum. When, at the original budget presentation that the school board provided, there seemed to be more of a reference that our current results are below accepted levels or what all, and it seemed today that we were at 74%.
Well, again, I don't think it's to say that we're below accepted, but I think like what I talked to earlier is that we're kind of leaving some things to chance. If we are not instructing students on standards that they're being tested on, right? We're basically keeping our fingers crossed that they've learned enough that they will be successful. And so, yeah, we have a lot to celebrate, you know, if 72% of our students are being successful. However, I still think the question is valuable. What if we actually instructed them on the standards they're being assessed on? What would you know, their level of competence be then, right?
And the cost here is new materials for the most part, right?
Well,
Yes,
and
it's a new
the,
program
and the-
and professional development
Yeah.
related to that.
for teachers to learn the new materials, learn how to teach it. Yeah. Yeah, and I think to maybe what you were, it's still above, but it was a lower number, was that the middle school? If you remember the charts, the middle school math success ratio was a little bit lower than at the other grades. And so I think that's probably what you might be remembering. Cause it is, it's in your chart here on the 18th slide, but it's roughly 62% at the middle school.
Okay.
Or at or
So it starts
above.
dropping.
So it starts to drop, right,
Right.
from the Wentworth to the middle school.
I also think that that's against Maine, other school systems in Maine. So it isn't really, it'd be interesting to see how that benchmarks against high performing schools in the country. That's what I'd really care about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything, John? Anybody else? Public comment?
Richard Maple Ave. Just a couple comments. As you go through this process and you start making cuts, I hope the committee and the council as a whole will take 2 or 3 steps forward. If we do A, this budget, what happens to B, C, and D? Because you may save money this year, and the out years, you may be paying more. I have been through that more than I want to remember. There was a couple comments about contracting out. One of the things I'll warn you about, if you decide to contract out, do not sell your equipment. Do not sell it to the contractor. Don't sell it outright, because you might get a good bid the first couple years. After that, you have no equipment, no employees. They will rape you. Like you wouldn't believe. Doug mentioned that the residential areas were, he was looking at going with sand and salt, which I think is a good idea. But my concern is, and I don't remember the budgets, will it take longer to sweep the streets, clean the catch basins, that sort of thing? And I'll use Maple Ave as an example. The stormwater drain on Maple is almost flat. There are no sumps in the catch basin. So that means when the sand goes down into the catch basin, it's going right out into the pipe. With it being flat, you're not gonna have velocity and the solids would fall out. Will that be an additional cost to the budget? And the last thing I'll say, because I was one of them, if you really want to know how to make savings, talk to the lowest man on the totem pole. He'll give you the best suggestions and ideas how to save money. Thank you.
Any other closing comments, Tom or Liam?
No, we're scheduled for another full session tomorrow morning. I just want to say with our school colleagues here, I know we're entering school vacation week next week. As I look at the finance schedule, I'm going to do my best to be prepared for your next meeting following tomorrow, which would be on April 30th.
Yeah.
To deliver at least kind of the first round of discussion. And I don't know.
A school finance committee.
28th.
School board finance committee meeting on the 28th.
Yep.
With sort of that idea of trying to be prepared for the 30th.
So it sounds like you could expect that we collectively will do work between now and then and at least bring a first wave of discussion points to you at that meeting on the 30th.
What time of day is that? I'm just looking at our calendar. We do have a school board meeting that night.
5 o'clock.
5:30, I think, on the 28th or the 30th.
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 It says 5 o'clock.
That's right.
Right.
But you're meeting on the 30th?
Yes.
At 5, you said.
And then you all have scheduled 2 more sessions beyond that as needed.
Yep.
Those being on the 7th and the 14th.
Right.
And I would just add, when we meet and we're understanding the changes, to me, it's also super important we understand the consequences on service, to Diane's point that she raised, and I'm sure what town staff is thinking of, like, we don't want to go backwards, but I think there is an acknowledgement that we have a level of excellence within our community that maybe there's a little bit of wiggle room. But I really want to personally understand if there are areas that these numbers are causing some significant degradation in service, that we like fully understand that and make sure that we have that as part of our consideration for what we recommend. So I don't know how, we've not done that in the past where we've really asked, like, well, what does this mean in terms of quality? What does this mean in terms of level of service that could be provided that our community is accustomed to? Because I think we just really need to understand the more quantitative and qualitative aspect there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's important for the community as well. People are asking us to try to reduce these costs, but we want certainly to have the understanding of what the impacts are. All right, with that, we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Need a motion?
I don't know, it's a workshop, right?
Yeah.
Adjourn.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate everything.
Thank you.